Chapter 9:14. Dragon Queen coldly said, I will send a message to Count Hathor. All scholars who leave the Westeros, regardless of whether they are apprentices, scholars, or doctors, will be beheaded and hung in public. They must stay in the old town. No, not only the old town, the scholars must go to the front line. They are not required to guard the Seven Kingdoms, but at least they must protect the river bend that has nurtured the City of Knowledge for thousands of years. Wherever there is a crisis, go to that castle. Take off the necklace, put on the iron armor, the sheepskin scroll in the left hand, the dragon tooth blade in the right. Climb the city wall in battle, go to school in leisure. Kill the living dead with the blade, educate the young scholars. Kill the ghosts while cultivating the gifted children in the castle into wildfire priests. Yes, know how to make wildfire and have a firm belief in the seven gods. What do you think? She glanced at the river bend dukes on both sides of the long table. Good. Very good. Let's do it. Coming back to their senses, the dukes kept applauding. First of all, Dragon Queen's proposal was beneficial to them. It was always good to have more than one scholar as cannon fodder. Moreover, by cultivating magic apprentices in their own castle, they would ultimately be guarding their castle instead of sending them to the City of Knowledge. They did not know who would benefit. Secondly, like Dragon Queen, they also felt that the City of Knowledge's performance in this long night was too dereliction of duty, too bad. Of course, they themselves did a bad job. If there was a scholar to take the blame, they would be very happy. Finally, to the Dragon Queen's proposal, it was better to applaud than to oppose it. They were all counting on the Queen's blade storm to save their lives. Your Majesty, it is not a problem to let the scholars defend the city. In the past 2 years, in order to guard against the night attacks of the bounty hunters and the assassination missions of the Faceless, the scholars have trained several military skills such as swordsmanship, military formations, and reconnaissance to a very high level. In terms of duels, most knights are not their opponents. In terms of leading troops to war, the City of Knowledge can also choose 30 or 40 qualified generals. In terms of assassination and espionage, I estimate that except for the Faceless, there is no organization stronger than the City of Knowledge. Even, the City of Knowledge can immediately become the Seven Kingdoms' #1 assassin group, or an intelligence agency. But even if the scholars have thousands of abilities and thousands of methods, they themselves do not know magic. How can they teach magic apprentices? Count Mattis frowned. Count Rowan, you've forgotten the scholar's strongest skill. Dany sighed. What skill? Old Ma asked in surprise. Turn the false into the real. Everyone was at a loss. Maesters can turn true history into false stories, and turn their own lies into true history that everyone believes. They turned real magic into deception, and turned a ridiculous lie into the highest ideal that the scholars of the City of Knowledge have been pursuing for hundreds of years. Since that's the case, let's let them continue to turn the false into the real, and use their fake identities to deceive a group of real mage apprentices. Anyway, the scholars didn't know magic before, and they liked to add a steel chain to their necklace that represented Doctor of Magic. The corners of the nobles' mouths twitched, but they could not refute. Perhaps we can follow the script and only teach the basic fire wizards and moon singers meditation techniques, and teach them the techniques to concoct wildfire. Count Mattis rubbed his nose and said helplessly. After coming out of Marjorie's bedroom, the Dragon Queen broke the silence and asked with a smile, do you think she's pretending to be crazy, or is she really crazy? Little Rose Marjorie Tyrell had always been alive, but her father Mace and brother Loras were tortured to death by Cersei. Yes, they were murdered by Cabourn as a test subject for black magic. When they were in King's Landing, Cersei often tortured her, and the nun who guarded the maiden house had also reported to the church that Little Rose had some mental problems. After Cersei was imprisoned, Marjorie's life became better, and she was treated the same as Cersei in the Empress Dowager's tower. After that, Uluin escaped and prepared to continue being the king in High Court, so he brought Marjorie with him. When they passed by Bumpy Settlement, Uluin even found a monk in the town to help him and Little Rose host the wedding. On the night of the wedding, he and his subordinate Timon ransacked the prosperous but weak trading town. Timon used blood and fire as the wedding celebration to celebrate the marriage of Yolan of Scylla and Queen Marjorie. Because of this atrocity, the King's Landing knew of Marjorie's existence. Bumpy Settlement was at the source of the Mander River, only 300 kilometers away from King's Landing. Erlu valued Riverbend very much, and long ago appointed Sir Yasser Florent as the Duke of Highcourt. At first, Yasser sent his barbarian wife to the church to be Sister Silence, and was prepared to marry Randall Tarley's daughter. With Randall's current status, and Florent being one of the top nobles of the Green Hand faction, Yasser could minimize the resistance of the Riverbend's vassals. But Randall Tarley was a very traditional and old-fashioned noble. He couldn't even accept Dragon Queen's identity as a foreign woman, let alone a pagan king. Randall refused very straightforwardly, and even swore in public that he would rather send his daughter to the church to be Sister Silence, than marry her to a Red God disciple. When Randall Tarley shaved his head and became a monk, Yasser looked down on his niece-in-law. Because Randall, who had joined the warrior's son, had given up secular power and was no longer the leader of the Riverbend's vassals. When the tragedy of Bumpy Settlement reached King's Landing, Yasser woke up as if from a dream. Queen Chu, who loves to drink moon tea, Marjorie was not dead yet. He immediately expressed his willingness to take over, even if it was the fifth hand. Well, Marjorie had married Renly, dead, Joffrey, dead, Tommen, dead, and Yuluen, dying. Now it was Yasser's turn to be the fifth hand. Almost a week had passed since the Dragon Queen entered the Riverbend. A week was enough for King's Landing to figure out Marjorie's current location. So, the Onion Knight sent a letter to the Long Table on behalf of Erlu, asking about Dragon Queen's arrangements for Marjorie, and tactfully hinted, if you have a plan, just pretend I didn't say anything. If you don't care about Marjorie's fate, can you give her to Yasser as a wife? After receiving the letter from King's Landing, Dany officially visited Marjorie for the first time. She was going to ask Marjorie for her opinion, accompanied by several Riverbend barons. Then, she saw a withered woman whose soul was as stable as an old dog, whose image, performance, and language were extremely crazy. When Dany used Blade Storm, she could accurately control each willow leaf sword, although most of the time she didn't deliberately waste her mental power to control them. Last time, when the tornado swept Yuluen and his sled into the storm, the three neatly placed boxes at the back of the sled opened, revealing 2 human swine and a well-dressed woman. Dany was surprised for a moment, then saved them and turned Yuluen into a human swine. She had seen Marjorie at that time, but Little Rose was weak. After spinning twice in the wind, she fainted. Today was the second time they met. Marjorie had turned from a plump and juicy red apple in summer to a pale and shriveled pickled radish strip. Pale white replaced rosy, rough replaced smooth, plump became shriveled, and lustrous became withered and dim. When the beautiful and valiant Night Queen appeared in front of her, Marjorie grinned foolishly, then squatted on the bed and took a dump with a strong smell. While taking a dump, she used her hands to dig. Dany wasn't sure if Shitty Rose would put the poop on her face or into her mouth if she stood there for a while longer. If that happened, she would admire her. However, she really couldn't bear the smell. She didn't even greet her, nor did she pretend to be concerned. She just turned around and left. The barons who came to visit Shitty Rose didn't stay long either. They were all sent out by the smell. Poor Marjorie. She was tortured to the point of insanity by Yuluen and Cersei. Lady Bethany wiped her tears. She was Mattis' wife. After Golden Tree City fell, she and the 3 children followed Mattis to the Long Table Hall. Other than being a countess, she was also Marjorie's cousin. Her surname was Redwine, and she was Old Rose's niece. Miltanya had been rotated by Timon and died when the Valley Road collapsed. Now, Bethany was also the mistress of Longtable Castle. Among the vassals, Count Mattis had the highest status. Lady Bethany had been taking care of Marjorie for the past few days. Outside the house, she rambled on and told the Dragon Queen about Marjorie's crazy behavior and words to explain her niece's previous rude behavior. But just as they left Marjorie's courtyard, Dany smiled and asked a question that made the vassals of River Bend shudder. "Do you think Marjorie is faking her insanity, or is she really crazy?" "She should be crazy. She even pooped. She must be crazy." Sigh. Miss Marjorie was the #1 golden rose of River Bend back then. "You Luan and Cersei are crazy." Everyone chimed in one after another. Some were regretful, while others were resentful. Basically, Marjorie's insanity was set in stone. "Perhaps it can be cured," Count Mattis said hesitantly. The other barons glanced at him with unfriendly gazes. Whether she was really crazy or not, she had to be crazy now. If she was really crazy, then it was still okay. If she was faking it, then what was she trying to do by lying to the Dragon Queen? Was she trying to take back High Court and restore the glory of House Tyrell? But they really didn't want to risk their lives for Tyrell now. Mattis also glared back at them. Whether Marjorie was crazy or not had nothing to do with her. It was up to the Dragon Queen to decide. The reason the vassals of River Bend were so cautious about Marjorie was because the ownership of High Court was still uncertain. The situation now was very clear. Tywin wanted the throne of River Bend king, Erlu wanted it, and some of the Green Hand nobles in River Bend were also itching to make a move. Even Tyrion and Sansa had openly tried to take it. Then, did the Dragon Queen want it? After all, the dwarf was her illegitimate brother. How much could he represent her? Dany, who was walking at the front, pretended not to notice the exchange of glances between the barons behind her. She only said calmly, "Tell me, should we agree to Sir Yasser's request?" "Who is Yasser?" "He is only the second son of House Florent," a knight immediately objected. "The point is, that old thing Yasser has become a follower of the Red God. How can we tolerate a heretic becoming king? Yasser even helped Stannis burn his own brother to death. That is a crime of kinslaying. Lady Marjorie is already very pitiful. Don't let her be tortured by the heretics." Almost everyone objected to handing Marjorie over. "Other than dealing with the other ghosts, I don't care about the power changes in River Bend." Dany first expressed her attitude, then reminded them, "But don't forget one thing. House Tyrell is fully responsible for the Purple Wedding. In theory, Marjorie no longer has the right to inherit High Court." Chapter 9:15. After the Dragon Queen's reminder, everyone remembered that she had already judged the case of the Purple Wedding fairly and publicly. The results of the trial were also approved by all the online nobles. Tyrell had violated the sacred marriage contract and murdered the king. Given the current situation of his family, Marjorie would continue to repent and atone for her sins, abolishing Tyrell's title and fief as the Lord of High Court. Why did Dany's decision to abolish Tyrell receive the approval of all the nobles? There were two reasons. Firstly, violating the sacred marriage contract and murdering the king were both grave crimes, similar to violating the rights of the guests. The greatest merit was saving the king, and the greatest crime was killing the king. Arya had also killed the king. She had killed Tommen, but Arya's crime of killing Tommen was far less than Tyrell's murder of Joffrey. Even if Joffrey deserved to die, Tommen was pure and innocent. The key was the status of the king and his minister. In a feudal society, there was no relationship more sacred than the righteousness of the king and his minister. Therefore, Tyrell's crime was enough for them to exterminate his family. Secondly, Tyrell's sovereignty over High Court originated from the Targaryens. If Dany wanted to abolish the king of the north, Stark, or the king of the west, Lannister, the vassals of the north and the west would probably ignore her. They would have 10,000 reasons to object. But for High Court Tyrell and Riverview Tully, their righteousness came from the Targaryens, and not from their ancestors' martial arts and morals. If High Court was still as powerful as it was during the War of the Four Kings, the Dragon Queen's trial would be nothing. But High Court Tyrell had declined to the point where he only had righteousness left. Righteousness was useful to others, but it was no different from a fart in front of the Dragon Queen. Understanding this, the River Bend nobles' expressions changed. Marjorie, who had lost her right to inherit Highcourt, no longer had any value in marriage. "You are Marjorie's uncle. Why don't you bring her to New Barrel City to recuperate?" The Dragon Queen turned her gaze to John of the Green Apple. New Barrel City's Sir John Forceaway married Jenna Tyrell, Mace Tyrell's sister and Little Rose's aunt. Before this, John of New Barrel City had fantasized about chasing away Tywin and letting one of his sons inherit the throne. The kind-looking old John said tactfully, "Your Majesty, of course I'm willing to take care of poor Margaret. But New Barrel City is only a knight's domain, it does not belong to the Amanda River Defense stronghold that you have planned. Even our family is moving to the Fruit Wine Hall next door." Sir Red Apple Tanton immediately said, "There is always a residence for Miss Marjorie in the wine hall." Green Apple John didn't feel grateful. He only felt bitter in his heart. If Margaret wasn't crazy, he wouldn't object to having an extra pair of chopsticks at the dining table. However, his niece was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. If they could even defecate in public, how could their small knight's domain stand them in the future if they were to cause trouble in the future? John Forceaway stroked the long beard on his wide chin and said slowly, "I was thinking that the wine hall is at the front line of the war against the ghosts. It's not very safe, at least it won't be too peaceful. Margaret needs a quiet and comfortable environment to recuperate. So, it's better to send her to the old town at the rear. The old town's starry church has Archbishop John, who is proficient in the teachings of the Mother of Mary. He can help Margaret complete her redemption." This was the so-called aristocratic families have many roots and leaves. Although Hiding Tyrell was destroyed, it didn't mean that Margaret was homeless. Her relatives were everywhere in the river, and they were very close. For example, Dany's White Knight, Garth Hyder, was Margaret's uncle. The old man in the old town was her grandfather. Even if the old town was besieged by the ghouls, Margaret could still retreat to Qingting Island. There was also a group of relatives in the Redwyn Castle. After returning to the main castle, Dany immediately used the center of the magic net to contact Laughter, Baylor of the Towering Tower, Garth's elder brother, the heir of the old town. Uncle Baylor was very concerned about his niece's situation. He didn't refuse and expressed his willingness to accept Margaret on the spot. He also asked the Dragon Queen if she could find an honest husband in the future. Dany didn't object. She only made one request: Margaret had to complete 5 years of penance. Back then, Cersei had united with the church to judge Margaret for murdering Joffrey. Margaret would retain her status as a queen, but she had to atone for her sins in the Lady's Abode. She had to wait until Tommen came of age and she gave birth to an heir for Tommen. Only then could she regain her freedom. If Tommen was 15 years old, Margaret would have to cultivate for 5 years. Now, 1 year had passed. Joy Baylor didn't object. Margaret was only 1 year older than Dany. She was only 20 now. 4 years later, she would still be 24. She wasn't considered old. At least, she was better than Princess Elaine of Dorne, who only started to talk about marriage at the age of 27. This news reached the King's Landing at the same time. Within a few days, with the scattering of messenger crows, almost all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms knew about Margaret's fate. Out of Dany's expectation, Yassel of the King's Landing and Victarion of Highcourt said at the same time that they were willing to wait for 4 years. 4 years later, they would marry Margaret as the King of Highcourt. This was a story for later. After ending the communication with the towering tower of the old town, Dany began to deal with Yuluan. Compared to Margaret, Yuluan's trial affected more people's hearts. Long Table Castle, rectangular main hall. 3 fireplaces were burning fiercely. A row of torches was inserted into the wall opposite the fireplace. The hall was filled with fire. The Dragon Queen and the nobles were also glowing. The Dragon Queen sat on a tall wooden chair, 3 steps higher than the others. The nobles sat in a row near the fireplace according to their status. The knights, merchants, and craftsmen of status in the castle stood opposite them. At the end of the hall, there were a few rows of seats for the noble ladies of the castle. 3 wooden boxes were carried up. 3 human swine that had lost their arms and legs were revealed in front of everyone. The ladies' seats were filled with suppressed excitement. All 3 human swine had blue lips. It was very strange. Dany first pointed to the skinny man with the darkest lips on her left and said, "He is the great wizard of Kaz, Haya. He is not a victim, but a sinner like you, Luan. Of course, Haya has no enmity with the Westeros or any of you. It is even his first time coming to this continent. No, I have been to the King's Landing and the Old Town to search for traces of the mystic dragon." Looking at the Dragon Queen, Haya's dim eyes regained some light. Her expression was very complicated. There was no hatred, only amazement and sadness. "All right, he has been to the Westeros." Dany shrugged nonchalantly. "I put him on trial today because of a personal grudge. He violated the guests' rights and violated the oath he made to me in the Red Wasteland." Then, Dany sent Haya to the Red Wasteland to search for the dragon and made an oath to protect her guests' rights. After arriving at Kaz, he plotted against her in the Immortal Palace. When the plot failed, he hired the regretful guest to assassinate her. When the assassination failed, he even decided to curse her with witchcraft. Look at you. You left your hometown and traveled thousands of miles to the other side of the world just to violate your oath. Why? Why bother? Look, you got your retribution. Dany sighed. After listening to the Dragon Queen's story, the surrounding nobles, knights, merchants, and ladies had strange expressions. This male wizard is too unlucky. He went the wrong way while chasing after the Dragon Queen and ended up running into you, Luan. This is the curse of the gods. He violated the oath and violated the guests' rights. He deserved this retribution. I didn't expect Her Majesty's early experience to be so legendary. Legendary? Surviving is legendary. Do you think you can escape this disaster if it was you? If that's the case, the Queen is really blessed by the gods. Dany waved her hand and got everyone to stop. She said, "Haya, do you have anything to say?" "Say what? You want me to praise you for being capable, sing your praises, and praise your achievements that transcend the mortal world, and then cry bitterly and regret my sins and short-sightedness? Dream on." Haya said sarcastically. "How dare you? This evil wizard doesn't know what's good for him." The knights were flustered and exasperated, the surrounding knights were ready to make a move, and the ladies were also loudly berating them. Dany smiled, "You're right. I'm showing off to you. If you're willing to repent, I don't mind letting you go." The surrounding people had awkward expressions. "Queen, it's fine for you to boast in front of your former enemy, but don't say it out loud. How embarrassing would that be?" The audience was embarrassed, but the two involved didn't notice. Haya sighed and said, "Even if I went back in time, there are some things I would still do. The Immortal is the god of the male wizard, but you killed him. SSS, god slaying." Everyone was shocked and turned to the Dragon Queen for confirmation. The centaur maid beside the queen, Ji-Chi, puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Her Majesty has killed countless gods. The Immortal is just a small god. I'm still hesitating whether to count the Immortal as a steel bell." Haya's face was as pale as rotten yogurt and flushed red, but she couldn't say anything to refute. The ladies looked at each other. Could it be that this exotic and voluptuous maid wasn't bragging? God slaying. The heavens took pity on him. In all the legends of the Seven Kingdoms, the biggest boss to be killed was the hellhound that Starry-Eye Samian encountered. Dragon Queen is mighty, Dragon Queen is invincible. Yuluan in the middle of the wooden box shouted, "The Immortal is indeed not worth mentioning. Last time when you captured me, Her Majesty was still chasing after the Storm God. The Storm God, although he's a bastard, he's still a bastard true god." The hall was silent. Everyone was shocked and at a loss. Yuluan, are you blaspheming the storm god? Iron in the other wooden box cried out. Yuluan's expression was deranged as he cursed, the storm god is a bastard who sells his ass. Inami is the funniest clown in the world. The Holy Mother is a bitch who deceives the world. There's no good god in the world. They all deserve to be killed by demons. Blasphemy. Iron and the other believers of the 7 gods were shocked. It's not your turn yet. What's wrong with you? Danny gave Yuluan a look. Jiro Dane immediately stepped forward and closed the lid of Yuluan's box. Kaya, although you don't repent, we're still friends. You may be unrighteous, but I can't be heartless. How about this? I'll send you to Dragonstone Island first. When the Winged Dragon Knights return to Slave Bay, they'll send you back to Queers. How about that? I'm already in this state. Why should I go back? If you really want to, let me watch Yuluan die a miserable death and then give me a quick death. 2 drops of tears fell from the wizard's eyes. Alright, your trial is over. Now it's Yuluan's turn. Kaya, Iron, I'll give you a chance to complain. Tell me, what evil things did Yuluan do to you? Chapter 9:16. Haya had been holding it in for a few years, and the hatred and injustice in his heart were in urgent need of relief. He hesitated for a moment and said bitterly, Yuluan cut off my arms and legs, then forced me to eat my legs and arms raw. Beast! Green Apple John said in horror. Beast! Dragon Queen nodded in agreement. On the sea, there was a Tai Minling who said he had never been a sorcerer before. So, Yuluan. He watched Tai Minling humiliate me while he laughed at the side. The male sorcerer Haya's heart ached, and tears rolled down his cheeks again. Tai Min is the same as the Dornishman. He digs into every hole he sees. Not to mention men and women, even sheep are not spared. A Riverbend knight muttered. Don't you think this blue-lipped wizard is scarier than a sheep? Tai Min has guts, daring to use his penis to mess with a wizard. Isn't he afraid of the curse? This Haya is Great Wizard Queers, the head bishop of the wizard church. How strange, supernatural powers don't seem to be as strong as we thought. Gradually, the River Bend nobles who knew about the Magic Academy plan began to deviate from the topic. In fact, in River Bend, sex was a tradition, and there was not much difference between a man with a penis and a strong woman. Back in the day, there was a straight man in the Targaryen family who had only been a bartender in the high court for a few years. He did not even want his fiancée, who was known as the River Bend Rose. He broke off the engagement and chose to pursue his true love. The River Bend nobles were shocked by the fact that a wizard with supernatural powers was being toyed with by a mortal. It was not because of ethical reasons, but the fact that a wizard with supernatural powers was being toyed with by a mortal. It subverted their understanding of the supernatural world. Curses need blood as a medium. The process is very complicated, and it is difficult to use curses to harm people directly, Danny explained. Then, she looked at the centaur maid. Jichi, tell the knights, how do centaurs prevent curses? Don't let the children of shadow touch you. Don't allow witches and wizards to get close to you. Everyone knows that, Jichi said crisply. You all heard it. The centaur's method is simple and crude, but very effective. They can avoid more than 90% of curses. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of being cursed. Just find the archbishop of the local church and ask him to dispel it with divine spells. Danny glanced at the thoughtful audience and said, Kaya, please continue. He locked me in a box and put it under the bed to listen to him play with the neodymium people. The wizard lamented. I understand. I'll help you get justice later. Danny was a little disappointed. These revelations weren't explosive enough. She then turned her gaze to another box. It was a thin man with a hooked nose and black eyes. Perhaps he had not taken care of himself for a long time. His hair and beard were long and messy, and there were dried seaweeds in between his hair. He looked like a child of the forest who had picked flowers and put them in his hair as ornaments. Wet Magic Iron, you are Yuluan's younger brother. Why are you being tortured by him? Do demons need a reason to do evil? Iron's expression was ferocious. I heard that Wet Magic is going to incite Taimin to rebel against Crow's Eye. Earl Mattis frowned. The main religion of the Iron Islands was the Inami. The priests who served the Inami were the drowned people. Wet Magic Iron was the leader of the drowned people, which was equivalent to the Archbishop of the Inami Church. Your Majesty, did you really hunt down the God of Storm last time? What happened? Mattis suddenly asked an irrelevant question with a curious expression. Danny paused for a moment and said casually, we just happened to run into each other. The tornado met a big storm, and then the two of us exchanged a few blows. Sigh, that guy looked fierce, but he was actually very weak. After I cut him a few times, he ran away without a trace. Mattis's old face turned green and white. The audience around them were also stunned. Ha ha ha, I understand now. Iron paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. So that's how it is. Yuluan was abandoned by the God of Storm. He was the last sacrifice of the God of Storm. This is the doctrine of the God of Storm. No matter what you get from the God of Storm, you will still walk into the trap that he has prepared for you. He will laugh in the sky as he watches you walk to your doom. He turned his head and laughed happily at the wooden box beside him. Mattis came back to his senses and asked in confusion, I've always suspected that the God of Storm and the Inami were made up by Taimin. Well, that's what all the maesters think. I was influenced. If the gods are real, why didn't the Inami respond to the humiliation of Priest Iron? Aren't the God of Storm and the Inami eternal enemies? Iron's laughter stopped abruptly. Danny narrowed her eyes and looked at the skinny man with greasy hair for a while. She asked, were you abandoned by the Inami as well? No, you're lying. I've been to the Inami's flowing water palace. I'm the one chosen by the Inami. Iron said excitedly. The flowing water palace under the sea was the divine kingdom of the Inami. It was similar to the heaven of the Church of Seven. How can you say that you've been to the flowing water palace? Danny asked suspiciously. I've been there. Iron did not explain. He only said firmly. Danny glanced at the knights and knights below. Who knows about him? A mercenary knight with a triangular face stood out and looked at the Dragon Queen excitedly. I heard that 14 years ago, Lord Balon rebelled. Iron's ship was sunk by Stannis' fleet. Everyone else sank to the bottom of the sea. The man himself almost drowned, but after a few days of floating in the sea, he stood up on the beach again. From then on, Iron changed from a lazy and vulgar drunkard to a cold and ascetic monk. He said that he'd been to the flowing water palace and that the Inami had helped him start a second life. According to the Taimin, the dead will rise again, even more fiercely, if they don't die. He's very respected among the ordinary Taimin, and the people of the Iron Islands follow his orders. The knight's description was detailed and objective. Danny gradually realized that there was something unusual. It was very likely that Iron had been taken care of by the Inami. Otherwise, the Inami's monks would not have been so obedient. What did you do to violate the Inami's teachings? How did you go from being chosen to being abandoned by the gods? She asked curiously. I'm willing to give everything to the Inami, and the Inami did not abandon me. I've been to the flowing water palace. Iron cried out in fear. Perhaps, he really did violate the Inami's teachings, an old hunchbacked scholar in the crowd said hesitantly. Danny knew him. He was the scholar in charge of Longtable Castle. What do you know, Scholar Ferguson? She asked. The hunchbacked scholar said, after Balon's death, Yuluan returned. However, Iron did not want Yuluan to become the new king of the Iron Islands. Thus, 2,000 years later, he once again initiated the King Selection Assembly. The King Selection Assembly was a sacred law created by the first Taimin under the instructions of the Anami. It was even more sacred than the sacred oath. However, after Yuluan ascended to the throne in the most traditional way, Iron violated his own promise and secretly gathered the Taimin and the Taimin to overthrow Yuluan's rule by force. Yuluan is a traitor. He has abandoned the Anami's beliefs. Those who do not worship the gods will never be able to sit on the throne of Yuluan. Iron shouted anxiously. It seemed like he was trying to explain to the Dragon Queen, but it was more like he was trying to convince some unknown existence. Danny looked at him with pity and thought, "You have also abandoned the Anami's teachings and punished those who do not worship the gods. It is still blasphemy." She thought this, but she did not say it out loud. Today, she was here to judge Yuluan. Danny had no intention of redeeming a follower of the Anami. "At least Yuluan hasn't killed you. He hasn't committed the crime of kinslaying," she said. "No, he committed the crime of kinslaying a long time ago. He killed Halon, Robin, and Balon," Iron shouted. Hiss! Once these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd once again gasped in shock. "Balon is your elder brother. The rebel Balon Greyjoy. Who are the other two?" Danny asked. The hunchbacked scholar Ferguson seemed to know a lot about the Iron Islands. Without waiting for Iron to answer, he took the initiative to answer the Queen's question. King Balon's father, Duke Colin, married 3 wives. Halon and Robin were the children of the other 2 wives. They both died young and were not known outside of the Iron Islands. I didn't expect them to be murdered by Yuluan. 7 gods, how old was Yuluan back then? And King Balon. Towards the end, the hunchbacked scholar's old face was filled with shock. "Open the box and see what Yuluan has to say," Danny said. The White Knight Jerome Dane carried out the Queen's orders. "What's there to say? Not only did I kill my kinslayer, I also killed that Inami Hor Iron a few times." Yolan of Scylla looked at his younger brother with satisfaction and a malicious smile. Iron seemed to have awakened a terrifying memory. The hatred on his face instantly turned into fear. Facing the limbless Yolan of Scylla, he actually cowered. Danny's expression was twisted. She looked at Yuluan, then at Iron. "What else have you done? Confess." She felt disgusted. She wanted to end this trial as soon as possible. Yolan of Scylla looked around at the disdain, hatred, and fear. He smiled indifferently and said, "Everything the Iron Seed has done is evil in your eyes. Do you want me to tell you about all my achievements over the past few decades? I've fucked Cersei, humiliated Queen Marjorie, and the 2 most noble women in Westeros have licked my crotch. I've plundered the entire world. I've practiced the ancient path on the 5 seas. I've sat on the Iron Throne. I've been the King's Landing. I've trampled on the people of the 7 kingdoms. I've accomplished something that the Iron Seed has never done. I'll stand at the peak of the ancient path and look down on the past, present, and future Iron Seed and pirates who've walked the ancient path. I've had enough. My life is perfect. Your trial now is like a fart." Boor, Yolan of Scylla pursed his blue lips. He mocked the Dragon Queen and simulated the sound of farting. Then, Boor, his lower body really let out a loud and long fart. "Ha ha ha, when one's life comes to an end, the so-called trial is nothing but a fart. Especially when my glorious and unruly life is personally ended by the first queen, the first god. It's a complete achievement." Yolan of Scylla laughed arrogantly. "So, Danny Rise, you think you're carrying out justice? In fact, your current actions are only proving one thing. True justice has never existed in this world. The delayed justice is not only not justice, but it's also an accelerant for evil. This trial won't wake anyone up. They'll only envy me and try to become the second Yolan of Scylla, the Pirate King, the King of the 7 Kingdoms, the evil king." "Arrogant!" Jarrow Dane angrily rebuked. The indifferent white knight's face flushed red. She was extremely agitated. You Luan are crazy. The nobles' faces were pale, and their voices were weak. Your trial won't only wake the world up. It will also comfort the victims who died. Marta's eyes dimmed. Chapter 9:17. A trial can comfort the victim. Yuluan laughed and looked at the victims on both sides. Are you relieved now? Iron and Haya looked miserable and desperate. Yuluan became more and more proud. By your standards, I am a bad person, but when a person is not even afraid of doing bad things, how can death scare him? What a joke! Death can only scare good people and cowardly lambs. To me, death is my companion and friend for life. I am not afraid of death, so how can you punish me with death? He mocked Dragon Queen loudly. Dani was not angry or depressed. Her expression was calm and a little strange. You are quite something. She smiled and tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, but have you forgotten your identity? Yuluan did not expect her to be so calm, nor did he expect her to ask such a question. He was stunned and said, my identity. Will you forgive me because of my identity as the king of the 7 kingdoms? Just like how you imprisoned Circe, you imprisoned me in the great cathedral to repent? That's a good idea. The nobles were so excited that they wanted to clap. In your dreams. Dragon Queen wrinkled her nose and fanned her mouth with her hand. She said in disgust, I can't stand to share the same sky with you and breathe the same air in the same world. It stinks. Yolan of Scylla's face was gloomy and he sneered. You can only talk fast. You are a wizard, a priest of the gods. Dragon Queen reminded him and sighed. Late justice is never justice. For villains who have reached the end of their lives, a trial is not a punishment, but a show-off of their achievements and glory at the end. But the above is only useful in the real world, without gods. In the Westeros where gods are everywhere, death is just the beginning of another long journey. Yuluan's expression became dull, and fear gradually appeared in his eyes. Do you think it's over just by stretching your neck and taking a stab? Dragon Queen looked at him with a hint of pity. You still have a long way to go. 1 trillion years later, the pirates who take you as their role model will still be able to hear your regrets and cries of despair in the depths of the 7 hells. 100 million years. The surrounding audience shuddered. The warm hall with 3 fireplaces burning together seemed to have become much colder. Do you know what's in the 7 hells? Dragon Queen seemed to be oblivious to the strange atmosphere in the hall. Let me talk about the first level, which is the least scary. The first level of hell is also called the prison of punishment. As the name suggests, it specializes in punishing villains like you with all kinds of punishments. There are a total of 18 sections on the first floor of the prison of punishment. It's like a round meat pie that is divided into 18 sections with a knife. As the Dragon Queen spoke, she gestured with her hands in a very vivid manner. Yolan of Scylla and the surrounding lords, madams, young ladies, and knights immediately thought of a piece of hell that resembled meat. It seemed a little cute. Dragon Queen continued, the first section is called the Hell of Tongue Ripping. Any living person who sowed discord, slandered others, had a glib tongue, argued with others with clever words, or lied to others, would be sent to the hell of tongue ripping after death. The devil would pry open your mouth and use an iron clamp to slowly pull and drag your tongue. Gulp. The lords and madams who had always been good at lying began to swallow their saliva with difficulty. Their instincts told them that their tongues were in great pain. Go lie to the deviant ghosts. I won't fall for your tricks. Yuluan shouted loudly. Stubborn. I'm not in the mood to waste my breath on you. Let the stranger teach you. Dragon Queen shook her head and made a judgment for Yuluan. Everyone knows that heaven will descend to the mortal world to welcome the saints. In fact, hell will also appear from the 9 hells. The soul reaper of the stranger will take away the souls of villains. After 49 days, when the people of the 7 kingdoms know of Yuluan's crimes, I will personally summon hell and let the stranger take away Yuluan's soul. My life is in my hands, not yours. Don't even think about toying with my soul. Yuluan laughed coldly and clenched his teeth. Half of his tongue was spat out along with the blood. His trachea began to be blocked by the sticky blood. Dark red bubbles began to appear at the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Ah, Yuluan bit his tongue and killed himself. The people in the hall were stunned for a moment before shouting in panic. Especially the madams and young ladies who were sitting at the end. They shouted at the top of their lungs as if they were giving birth to a baby. Quickly find a thin bamboo pole. Earl Mattis was calm and composed. He loudly ordered the people around him. Don't panic, don't panic. It's very difficult to kill oneself by biting one's tongue. Use a bamboo pipe to stab the throat and clear the trachea. Yes, he won't die even if his tongue is cut off, let alone biting it, the hunchbacked old scholar agreed. Let him die, Dani said calmly as she sat firmly on the high platform. What? The people around her were silent for a moment. They turned their heads and looked at the Dragon Queen in confusion. Didn't you say that you would summon hell after 49 days? Mattis' expression changed. Are you going to start now, in the hall? The nobles' faces turned green. They hurriedly ran away from Yuluan. When summoning heaven, the closer one was, the better. However, when facing hell, one had to avoid it. Dani looked at Yolan of Scylla, whose face and neck were covered in blood, and said coldly, if a stranger wants someone to die at dawn, who can go to hell at dawn? Everyone was confused. They stood there in a daze and looked at Yolan of Scylla in confusion. His face was purple, and his body was like a maggot as he struggled to swallow the last mouthful of blood. The entire process lasted for nearly 10 minutes. The hall was filled with a strange smell of blood and feces. Yes, after Yolan of Scylla died, his sphincter relaxed, and he lost control of his bowels. The Dragon Queen's eyes flashed, and a green ribbon flew out from her left eye. It circled around her body and repelled the stench. Everyone covered their noses and mouths, not knowing what to do. A thick milky white holy light fell from the sky and landed on Yolan of Scylla's corpse. There was a confused figure in the holy light. Wasn't that Yolan of Scylla? The holy light disappeared in a flash, and his soul returned to his body. Cough, cough, cough. Yolan of Scylla came back to life. His purple face still had no signs of life. However, he coughed violently, coughing up large chunks of black blood. Ah, the Holy Mother has resurrected Yuluan. Green Apple John shouted with a face full of ridicule. Holy Mother. The surrounding nobles wanted to shout, Holy Mother is merciful, as usual. However, in this situation, they were stuck halfway through the chant. In the depths of their hearts, even subconsciously, they wanted to shout, Holy Mother is boring, Holy Mother is shameless, Holy Mother is ruthless, and so on. However, they didn't dare to blaspheme the Holy Mother. Holy Mother, she wouldn't even let people die peacefully. This Holy Mother was too scary. Now, they completely understood the meaning behind Saint Dani's words. It was true. If a stranger wants you to die at dawn, who can go to hell at dawn? These 7 gods were too unreasonable, too terrifying, and too revered. Dragon Queen, who was sitting on a high chair and enjoying the aftertaste of her posturing, was surprised to find that the lines of faith of the nobles had suddenly thickened. This meant that their devotion to the 7 gods had greatly increased. Yuwa, King Yoluan stared at the Dragon Queen in fear and resentment. He opened his bloody mouth, but spat out a string of chaotic intonations. Oh, I forgot to put the tongue back. Dani clapped her hands as if she had just woken up from a dream. She lowered her head and looked around. The smooth green marble floor was empty. Other than messy footprints and bloodstains, there was no trace of the tongue. Where's Crow Eye's tongue? Has anyone seen that section of his tongue? Everyone in the hall lowered their heads and searched. Soon, one of the nobles felt that the bottom of his foot was uneven. He looked up and saw a bloody mess that looked like dog shit stuck to the bottom of his riding boots. He was embarrassed and disgusted. "Your Majesty, the tongue is with me. I was going to use the bamboo tube to save him just now and accidentally stepped on it." "Oh, give me the bamboo tube." He waved at the knight attendant. "Your Majesty, please wait. Let me scrape the tongue off." "Oh, no. I went to the stable this morning and stepped on horse shit. This tongue is too dirty. I have to wash it." Yolan of Scylla's purple face contorted. Hey, he stared at the knight resentfully. Forget it, forget it." Dany waved her hand in disgust. "It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a tongue. Anyway, he likes peace. Let him stay quiet." Well, Yolan of Scylla's ship was called Serenity. He had pulled out the tongues of the sailors and pirates on it. Now, they had suffered retribution. The nobles pinched a piece of dark red meat stained with horse shit and said worriedly, "But without a tongue, how will the devil pull out his tongue when he goes to the hell of tongues?" Pull out the tongue from the soul. The pain of the body can be so painful that it numbs. The pain of the soul, the more painful it is, the clearer it is. The pain can be stacked infinitely. Dany said. The nobles were so scared that his face turned pale. His hand trembled, and the piece of meat hanging on the bamboo tube fell to the ground again. The surrounding nobles and civilians also trembled, and the horror on their faces could not be concealed. Why didn't he go to the palace in the clouds of the god of storm? Why was the Holy Mother able to revive him? Iron asked in disbelief. The glory of the 7 gods is unlimited. Dragon Queen said solemnly. She even dared to steal Lalo's believers. Why would she be afraid of the god of storm? Well, it seemed that the god of storm was a true god, and Lalo had fallen from the altar. However, the god of storm was restrained by her, who had mastered the song of wind. If he dared to come and look for Yuluan's soul, Dany would be very happy. The 7 gods created the sky and the earth. They created the sun and the moon, mountains and rivers. The 7 gods created everything in the world. They are the only true gods in the world. Green Apple John recited the preface of the 7 Stars Bible devoutly. Well, in the old version of the 7 Stars Bible, in the new version written by Dragon Queen, the preface had been greatly modified. The only true God in the world was changed to, the first God of justice in the multiverse. The bragging of creating the world was still retained, but it was slightly adjusted to, the 7 gods can create everything in the world. With the addition of can, it became true. At least it was a beautiful hope that the future could become true. Dany looked at the other 2 human swine and asked, "Are the 2 of you satisfied with Yuluan's trial? Do you feel that your justice has been served?" "Sigh, what else can I be dissatisfied with?" Haya's face was calm. She closed her eyes and sighed, "My wish has been fulfilled. Your Majesty, please send me on my way." Dany used a soul destruction strike to knock the wizard out. She then summoned a ball of holy flame and set him and the box under him on fire. The burning smoke did not spread in the hall. Instead, it poured into the fireplace on the side through an invisible passage. A few minutes later, there was only a handful of ashes left on the floor. Haya's soul returned. Well, it was enshrined into a spiritual substance. Dany looked at Iron, who was in a daze. "You once led Taimin to loot the towns in the north. The sins on your body are not small." Chapter 9:18. Hejian County, Stone Hall Town. After a sniper battle against 200,000 ghouls. Above the Templar Clock Tower. We haven't even fought a single battle, and our Neck Lake defense line has fallen. Barristan looked down at the broken streets with a helpless expression. It had been 3 days since the trial of Yuluan. Dragon Queen came to Stone Hall Town, a mountain town bordering Hejin County and the western region. Relying on big black supersonic flight, Danny had not stopped for a moment these days. Wherever the ghouls gathered, she would be there. At supersonic speed, Big Black could fly more than 1,200 kilometers an hour. Within 2 hours, she could almost rush to any castle south of Neck Lake. In this way, the situation in the Westeros did not collapse because of the fall of the western region. There was no road between Stonehall Town and the western region, but there was a steep valley between Stonehall Town and Deep Cave City. People could not walk through it, but it did not affect the ghouls. So where was Deep Cave City? There were 3 roads between the western region and the outside world. The Hejin Avenue was connected to Hejin County, and the city guarding this avenue was called Golden Tooth City. Danny had already won a great victory in Golden Tooth City and killed more than 300,000 ghouls. The Coastal Avenue was connected to the Western Region and Riverbay High Court, and the city guarding the Coastal Avenue was called Rake Hall. Danny had also rushed to Rake Hall after the Battle of Huabei and chased ghouls all the way along the Coastal Avenue to Riverbay. Thousands of kilometers, she finally met Yolan of Scylla and was delayed in Riverbay for more than a week. In Riverbay Long Table Hall, Danny released Marjorie, burned Haya, imprisoned Yolan of Scylla, and beheaded Iron. The last road between the western region and the outside world was the Golden Avenue from Casterly Rock City to King's Landing, and Deep Cave City was guarding the gate. In the end, the ghouls could not deviate from the Hejin Avenue, Golden Avenue, and Coastal Avenue if they wanted to leave the western region. Now, Danny was cleaning up the ghouls that had left the Golden Avenue, and the temporary camp was Stonehall Town, where the Battle of the Bell took place. In the past, Danny had always thought that it was a coincidence that the Battle of the Bell happened in Stonehall Town. However, after traveling back and forth a few times in the past half a month, she realized that Stonehall Town was not ordinary. To the west was the western region, to the east was the royal territory. To the north was Hejin, and to the south was Huon. In any case, before Danny came to Stonehall Town, she had already passed by this place several times in the sky. The Neck Lake defensive line is indeed in an awkward situation, but it can't be said to be completely useless. If we really withdraw the Neck Lake defense line, the millions of ghouls in the Northern Territory will invade Hejin County unscrupulously. Danny comforted the old knight. The Neck Lake defensive line was created by Barristan and Blackfish Blinden. Clonic River City, Dragonstone Island, Neck Lizard, and Stark of the Northern Territory. The 4 factions had invested a lot of manpower and resources to build a 50-kilometer-long defensive line at the exit of Neck Lake, with a total of 20,000 soldiers. A 50-kilometer-long defensive line did not mean a 50-kilometer-long camp or city wall. In fact, on the dam that passed through Neck Lake, there were a few layers of mixed earth and wood walls built, and on both sides of the swamp, there were only wooden beacon towers. After a pause, Danny continued, however, the Neck Lake defense line's function has indeed been reduced, so it's enough to leave 5,000 defenders. The remaining 15,000 can be reorganized into 5 3,000-man teams of slave volunteers. Barristan said thoughtfully, set up a volunteer network in the 7 kingdoms. Wherever a large group of ghouls gather, you will rush over and lead the nearby volunteer groups to clean them up. Unlike now, because the volunteer groups in the western region and Huon are too far away from Stonehall Town, they can only send Precious Dawn warriors to cooperate with you. Danny nodded and said, we can count the size of the castle, the height of the city walls, the number of defenders, and the total population of each count's territory in the 7 kingdoms, and then give each castle a safety rating. We can choose the castle with a low rating as the garrison of the volunteer group. The volunteer group will not only protect the castle, but also be responsible for cleaning up the ghouls in a 500-kilometer radius. Barristan hesitated and said, this plan is not bad. To a certain extent, we will change from a completely passive defense to a limited active offense. But Your Majesty, wouldn't it be too tiring and dangerous for you to travel thousands of kilometers back and forth every day? If you encounter a frost god in your exhausted state, then Your worries are not without reason. The Dawn Warriors will help to defend the city, and I will preside over the overall situation on Dragonstone Island. It's the safest and most reliable. But plans can't keep up with changes. The unexpected fall of the Western region has made the one-year safe period before the return of the strange Ghost King no longer safe. If I don't come out now, it will be even more dangerous when the Seven Kingdoms are full of dead people in the future. Dany said helplessly. It was true that the Westeros were a big cesspool. The Westeros were not Dany's people. She did not need to risk her life for them. It was also true that the Seven Kingdoms had fallen to their current state because the nobles had dug their own graves. But the Frost God would not argue with Dany about right and wrong. If Dany did not save the Westeros today, the Seven Kingdoms would fall tomorrow. The more ghouls there were, the deeper the world would fall into cold and darkness. The higher the authority of the Frost God in the Westeros, the stronger he would be, and the more unfavorable the situation would be for Dany. If the strange ghosts were replaced by the Beast Men, Dany would not have come to the Westeros. The more Westeros the Beast Men killed, the greater their losses. Dany could wait for the Beast Men to exhaust themselves. The more strange ghosts killed, the stronger they would be. Waiting for the Beast Men to exhaust themselves was the same as waiting for death. Hearing Dany mention the fall of the Western region, Barristan could not help but think of the culprit that led to the Seven Kingdoms' current state. He asked softly, Your Majesty, Arya Stark has been held captive for almost half a month, right? When will the trial be held? What does that have to do with you? Dany asked curiously. Blackfish Blinden is very concerned, Barristan said. Don't you know my schedule for the past half a month? I have to clear out a group of ghouls almost every day. It's too busy, Dany said. Blackfish Blinden wanted to join the warriors' sons, but after the incident in the Western region, Barristan said sympathetically, I'd Tully, his son, and his wife all died in Casterly Rock. He's the only old man left in the Tully family. He's very pitiful. Dany did not understand. Blinden wants Arya to pay for his nephew's life. Arya is also his granddaughter, Barristan said awkwardly. Get straight to the point, Dany said impatiently. Barristan stared at Dany and slowly said, Blackfish wants to choose a male from Stark to inherit the Tully title and fief, but he can see that you seem to be thinking about Hygien. If the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were so sensitive to the threat of the Long Night, the situation in the Seven Kingdoms would be different now, Dany said sarcastically. Barristan said awkwardly, It's about the family legacy, Knight, tell me, I don't have any free time now. Today I'm in the Western region, tomorrow I'm in Hygien, and the day after there's a problem in Hygien. The number of ghouls I've killed is more than the number of people in the Seven Kingdoms combined. You can't say I don't get any benefits, right? I don't care about the benefits, but I don't want to work for free, Dany said. You're not working for free. You're the master of this kingdom. I dare say that in the Seven Kingdoms, except for Stannis himself, all the nobles will insist on you being the king. You've saved countless people these days. You're truly fulfilling your responsibility as the protector of the realm. The Iron Throne should belong to you, Barristan said firmly with a burning gaze. The Iron Throne fell into a cesspool and is covered in shit. Do you know that? Dany said with a look of disgust. The Iron Throne isn't important. Even if you sit on the stone steps, the people kneeling below will recognize your kingly demeanor, Barristan said seriously. I didn't expect to hear such flattery from you. Dany's lips curled into a happy smile. I'm not flattering. I'm telling the truth. Barristan blushed slightly. This truth made the Dragon Queen laugh even more happily. She laughed so hard that Barristan turned his head away in embarrassment. After laughing for a while, Dany said, Go tell Blackfish Blinden that Riverrun will always belong to Tully. This is my guarantee to him, and also my reward for his contributions in the Long Night. I'll pay attention to whoever he chooses to inherit Tully's legacy and ensure that his will is carried out. However, I won't interfere with his choice. However, I can't guarantee how much land House Tully has left or whether they can reclaim their dukedom. House Tully has no relationship with House Targaryen. Instead, they have some old grudges. Like High Court Tyrell, House Tully's title of Hejian Lord had been stripped. Tywin had abolished it. Even Rapid City had a new owner. Dany had promised to return Riverrun to Tully. This was already a great kindness. If he wanted to ask for more, he would be asking for too much. Barristan nodded and sighed, the house castle is enough. House Tully doesn't have the ability to protect more interests. I hope they think so too, Dany said meaningfully. They? You mean Stark? Barristan wasn't stupid. Lady Sansa wants Hejian. She hasn't given up on the Iron Throne. Ask him. Dany raised her chin at the courtyard below. Stonehall Town got its name from a stone Templar in the town. The Templar was built on a hill. Below the hill was a small but sturdy grey stone manor. Dany was now on top of the Templar clock tower, chatting with Barristan as they admired the legendary town that changed the fate of the Targaryen dynasty. At this time, the dwarf led a few people through the grey stone manor and walked towards the Templar on the hill. Your Majesty, this is Zhong. In the Templar's guest room, the dwarf pushed a rough woman in her early 20s in front of Dany and said with a smile, "Guess who she is?" The woman was of medium height. Thick black hair fell messily behind her head. Her square face wasn't beautiful. She looked weathered and her skin was rough and yellow. Dany looked at her and she looked back at Dany. Her eyes were more curious than fearful. Your Majesty, you are beautiful. Zhong grinned. Dany smiled faintly and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Zhong My mother was a prostitute at the Honey Peach Inn. She slept with King Robert during the Battle of the Bells. She said I was Robert's seed. To commemorate that battle, she named me Zhong Zhong lowered her head and said embarrassedly. Dany was shocked, but she didn't react too violently. She just turned to the dwarf and said coldly, "You still have the mood to go whoring at a time like this?" The dwarf waved his hand. "No, I met Zhong in town. You can ask her and Priest Camp Nu if you don't believe me." Priest Camp Nu nodded slightly. "Zhong was coming to the Templar and happened to meet us." Dany's face looked better, and she asked Zhong, "Are you here for me?" Chapter 9:19. You're here specifically for me? Dany asked. Zhong's lips squirmed slightly. Yes, I heard that Her Majesty is in the Holy Church. I also heard from Ai Ju earlier that King Stannis of King's Landing City made King Robert's illegitimate daughter the crown princess. Ai Ju is the Madam of Honey Peach Inn. She's well informed and probably heard about Mia Byra and Theon from the mercenaries, Camp Nu explained in a timely manner. Zhong, you want to be the crown princess too? Dany's mouth twitched. Zhong quickly shook her head as if her head was a rattle drum. I'm a prostitute. How can a prostitute become the crown princess? It's just that the long night is coming and life is difficult. I also heard that Mia is an illegitimate daughter like me, so I want to take the opportunity to make some money. You're honest. Dany was amused. Seeing the Dragon Queen laugh, Zhong cracked her fat lips and giggled along. After laughing for a while, Dany asked again, what evidence do you have to prove that you're Robert's son? Although King Robert slept with all the women in the inn, everyone said that he liked my mother the most. After sleeping with my mother, he took his hammer and went to war, Zhong said proudly. Dany's expression became very strange in an instant. Sir Clinton seems to be wronged. The dwarf touched his nose and chuckled. The madam's name is Ai Ju, right? Is she here? Dany asked. Outside the door. Camp Nu's priest responded and ran to the holy church hall next door. He called for the old woman who was praying under the statue of the Holy Mother. She was a tall and thin woman in her early 50s. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The madam prostrated on the ground with a fearful expression. She was far more reserved than Zhong had been. "Let me ask you. During the Battle of the Bell, was Robert hiding in your inn?" Danny asked. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Please forgive me." Ai Ju's powdered face was even paler. She kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Get up and speak. The Queen is just curious about what happened back then. Don't be afraid, just tell her the truth," Baristan said in a deep voice. Ai Ju didn't dare to get up immediately. She only looked up at the Dragon Queen. "Get up. You dare to let Zhong, come to me, don't tell me you don't have the slightest idea in your heart," Danny said indifferently. Ai Ju's face turned even paler, and her body trembled even more violently, but she still stood up shakily, bowed her head, and said softly, "King Robert was hiding in Zhong's mother's bed at that time. Clinton has neglected his duty. He even said that he had searched every house in Stonehall Town." The dwarf stomped his feet and sighed. He looked as if John Clinton had lost his Iron Throne. Ai Ju glanced at old Bart beside the Dragon Queen and explained, "Sir Clinton, like Sir Baristan, is a knight who cherishes honor. He didn't even dare to look at a woman's chest. When he saw a woman with untidy clothes in the room, he hurriedly stopped the soldiers outside and asked us to put on our clothes before opening the door to enter. This delay is enough time for us to move King Robert to the room that has already been checked. He should have called everyone to line up in the courtyard, and then sent soldiers into the inn to search." The dwarf muttered. Sir Clinton probably didn't think that Robert would dare to fool around in the Technical Institute in such a critical situation. Baristan guessed. Why was Robert hiding in Stonehall Town? Although Robert had killed the first knight of the Seven Kingdoms, Liga, his commanding skills on the battlefield were actually not outstanding. Robert's talent was not as good as Stannis. He could be called a fierce general, but he was not at the level of a famous general. Before Stonehall Town, Robert had just lost 2 battles in a row. The first time was at Sentry Beach, where he was chased by Randall Tully from River Bend to River Gien like a rabbit. Note that he was defeated by Randall Tully, and not by the River Bend army. Randall Tully only brought his own Hornhill soldiers and fought Robert's Storm army head-on. Despite being outnumbered, they won a great victory. Robert lost his soldiers and generals and fled in a sorry state. However, Randall Tully's credit was stolen by Mace Tyrell. Later, his superior made things difficult for him. He had been outside Windstop Castle and did not have the chance to participate in the subsequent battles. Because of his defeat at Randall Tully's hands, Robert led the Storm army to flee to the north. In the north, there was Stark, Tully, and Arryn. When they fled near Stonehall Town, they were ruthlessly attacked by John Clinton. Almost all of them were wiped out, and he himself was seriously injured. He fled to Stonehall Town alone. This was why there was the Battle of the Bell later. When a normal person was completely annihilated and heavily injured, they would obediently hide in a dark corner and lick their wounds in solitude. However, Robert was indulging in wine and women in the Technical Institute, eating and drinking. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he would play with people on the spot. Just like Zhong said, all the women in Honey Peach Inn had slept with him. At that time, John Clinton was anxiously looking for him in the town. "I can't compare to Robert's tolerance." The dwarf sighed. "You can't compare to Robert's dick either. They were both messing around. Robert did not need to pay, and he made them loyal to him. If you gave them money, they would despise you." Because of the grayscale disease, the dwarf was ostracized by the Red Saintess of Slavers Bay for a long time. Robert's messing around was not for nothing. He practically sowed seeds everywhere. Cersei killed more than 10 of Robert's illegitimate children. Now, she can still meet Robert's children wherever she goes. What about you? Is there a problem with your genes that makes you unable to have children? Danny looked at the dwarf with a strange gaze. What's wrong? The dwarf touched his face unnaturally. Danny shook off the strange thoughts in her mind and said with a complicated tone, so the change of dynasties in the Westeros was decided by a group of prostitutes. No wonder the kings on the Iron Throne were all either raised by whores or were whores themselves. Ah! The dwarf and Barristan were stunned for a moment, then their expressions became distorted. Ai-Ju and Zhong heard this and did not feel humiliated. Instead, they could not help but laugh. Looking at their expressions, they seemed a little smug. Danny asked the madam, "You should know that Sir Clinton represents the Iron Throne, and Robert is a rebel. Why are you helping the rebels against the king?" The madam wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at the Dragon Queen fearfully. "Just tell us the truth," Danny said. "Because the Mad King sits on the Iron Throne, but King Robert is a kind and good man." Ai-Ju shrank back and mumbled. "Did the Mad King increase your taxes?" Danny asked with a frown. "No." Ai-Ju shook her head. "Did the Mad King come to Stonehall Town to kill people?" "He has never been to Stonehall Town." Ai-Ju shook her head again. "Have you seen the Mad King?" Danny asked again. "No. I heard that the Mad King has been hiding in the Red Keep, afraid that the rebels will harm him." Ai-Ju shook her head. "Did the Mad King provoke you?" Danny asked again. "I have never seen him," Ai-Ju said. "The Mad King was on the throne for 20 years. Did you have a hard time?" "It was okay." Ai-Ju thought for a moment and looked at the old priest. There was no shortage of food during the winter. Did I remember wrongly? The monks of Camp Nou were in their 60s this year and had even lived through the reign of the Mad King. The Battle of the Ringing of the Bell was called this because the old monk had rung the bell in the Holy Church after the battle began to warn the residents to hide in their houses. Outside Stonehall Town is the Blackwater River. The land is fertile and there are abundant products. With the developed commerce, there was never a shortage of food during the winter. When King Aerys was in power, merchants came here to buy food and transported it along the river to the other side of the narrow sea. Did Robert exempt Stonehall Town from taxes? Danny asked again. No. Did the good man Robert make your life better? This time, Ai-Ju did not answer immediately. She frowned and thought for a while, then shook her head helplessly. It seems that nothing has changed. Then why did you rebel? Danny asked curiously. We did not rebel. Isn't helping Robert a rebellion? We only wanted to help him. We did not want to rebel. In the end, she emphasized, King Robert laughed and laughed with us. We all liked him very much. The Mad King did not provoke us, but his past actions and the incident of him torturing and killing Duke Stark were too shocking. Danny recalled a certain president of United States in her previous life who knew everything. That guy did not do any official business and was always indulging in state affairs. He only liked to do stand-up comedy in front of the people and seemed very unreliable. However, the people of America liked him and many people supported him to be the president. In a way, he and Robert were the same type of king. The country they ruled was also the same. Could it be that the foreigners liked this kind of charming leader who was approachable and exposed the same flaws as the people? Danny shook her head and dispelled the strange thoughts in her head. She asked the old madam, do you have any proof that Zhong is Robert's son? Everyone in Stonehall Town knows, Ai-Ju said doubtfully. The others don't know. You have to convince them. At least, you have to convince Stannis, the dwarf said. Ai-Ju thought for a while and said, Zhong was born naturally. She was born during the Battle of the Ringing of the Bell. Did Robert stay in Stonehall Town for a long time after the battle? The dwarf asked. No, after the battle, he left on the same day. Ai-Ju shook her head. The dwarf spread out his hands. So, why are you looking for the queen? At this time, Zhong, who had been listening by the side, spoke. She sighed and said, Stone Hall Town is in dire straits now. During the Battle of the Four Kings, the lions and wolves took turns to ravage the town. The town gate and 1/3 of the houses in the town were burned to ashes. The townspeople either died or fled. Before winter came, there was a famine. More than half of the townspeople starved to death. After a long night, the town was emptied. Now that the deviant ghosts are here, there are not many people left in the town. The inn business can't continue. Stone Hall Town was located at the intersection of the Four Kingdoms. It could reach the King's Landing through the Blackwater River. It was considered a prosperous trading town inland. Stone Hall Town's resident population and floating population, as well as its economic benefits, surpassed Winterfell. But now, the town was desolate. The burned houses weren't repaired, and the collapsed charred walls were in the center of the town. It was difficult to find a living person on the streets. Worse, it wasn't the worst time yet. The future would only get worse year by year. But who could be blamed? Robert and Byra chose to join Theon's dynasty. The army that ravaged the town, stole their food, destroyed the crops outside the town, and burned the houses in the town. Regardless of whether it was the wolves, trout, or lions, they were the rebel army that they looked forward to and supported greatly. What was more ironic was that the soldiers who ravaged the town during the rebellion of the Four Kings had participated in the Battle of the Ringing of the Bell. Now, they were revisiting the same place. Chapter 920. Zhong looked at the queen with pleading eyes. When King Robert was still alive, I knew that I was his son. But in the Peach Inn, I could feed myself, and I never thought of going to King's Landing to find him. But now I really have no other choice. I gave birth to a daughter last year, but there is no food at home. Not only is there no food, but Stone Hall Town has also become very unsafe. The dead are coming, and there are no guards to stop them. I have to leave here and take my daughter away. I don't expect to be a noble bastard, as long as I can eat and not be caught by the otherworldly demons. Barristan frowned and said, We all came from the town, and we know that you have a hard life, but what's the use of looking for the Dragon Queen? She can't prove that you are Robert's son, and she has a bad relationship with Stannis, so she can't do anything. I don't know, I have no other choice. I heard that the Queen is like the Virgin Mary, so I came to look for her. Zhong said blankly. Try her blood. Tyrion's eyes darkened, and he suggested in a low voice, If you have the power, give her the identity of Theon Bella's illegitimate daughter. Dany stared at him for a long time until the dwarf looked away, and then she said coldly, Admit her identity, send her to King's Landing, and then you keep listening in the direction of King's Landing, hoping to hear the news of Stannis killing his own family again. Even if you change your face, you are still a little demon. You are so evil. The dwarf was angry and retorted loudly, I just want to help this poor mother who has nowhere to go. Her daughter is only 1 year old. The dwarf emphasized the word, have nowhere to go, and Zhong and Ai Ju's faces darkened. You heard what we said just now. Dany ignored the guilty dwarf and turned to Zhong, saying, The king's blood has a special magic power. Through a simple magic test, it can detect whether there is power in your blood. If there is, you are most likely Robert's son, and I will give you a certificate in the name of the church. However, the royal bloodline was not only an honor, but also a dangerous burden. The evil sorcerers loved to sacrifice the king's blood to the evil god. At this time, the King's Landing was filled with red-robed monks. I'm not trying to sow discord between you and Stannis, but I'm sure you've heard some rumors. Let's not talk about the others, but you should know about his biological daughter, Princess Shireen, right? I heard that Princess Shireen's gray scale disease relapsed and she died from it, Zhong said suspiciously. You believe it? Dany asked indifferently. The grayscale disease will not recur after being cured. Not only will it not recur, but it will also be immune to most plagues, Baristan said solemnly. The grayscale disease on Princess Shireen's face has never been completely cured. It's just that the scholar has suppressed it with medicine. Zhong bit her thick lips and said. The scholars have the ability to suppress the grayscale disease. That way, 3/4 of the scholars wouldn't have died during the plague in the old town, Danny said. Zhong's expression was blank. Apparently, she knew nothing about the plague that happened in the old town decades ago, let alone what it meant. Do you know Idric Windstorm? Danny asked again. Zhong was very well informed. She immediately nodded and said, I heard from the knights who came from King's Landing that the Holy Sparrow was going to crown him as king, but Cersei cut off his head. I've said what I should say. It's your choice. Danny sighed. Zhong glanced at Ai Ju and said, I choose to go to King's Landing. I heard that Mia's mother was just a peasant woman. Monk Camp knew, help Zhong with the blood test. Use the bloodline appraisal that the Holy Mother gave you, Danny said to the old priest. The old man was confused. The queen was confused. When did the Holy Mother give such a divine spell? The Holy Mother has bestowed. Before he could finish his sentence, the old man's mouth fell open. His eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets. At that moment, a divine spell appeared in his mind, along with the instructions for the use of the divine spell. It was just like the day when he knelt in front of the Holy Mother statue and was suddenly bestowed with the holy healing spell. This. The devout old priest was confused and in awe. But his mind was in a mess. He did not know who to respect. The Holy Mother. Dragon Queen. Zhong was a little scared when she saw the priest who seemed to be faceless. She called out softly, Master Camp Nu, what's wrong? The old man came back to his senses and looked at the calm Dragon Queen. He sighed and said, Thank you, Holy Mother. Holy Mother is merciful. He then turned to the White Knight and said, Sir Baristan, can I borrow your dagger? Old Bart handed over the steel dagger at his waist. He cut open Zhong's middle finger and squeezed out 2 drops of dark red blood on his palm. The old priest opened his hand and chanted a few verses of the Holy Mother's merciful scripture. A milky white flame floated in the palm of his hand. The blood droplets burned in the flame and quickly dried into ashes. A wisp of blood climbed up the pure white flame. This is interesting. The dwarf looked at Danny in surprise. If anyone dares to imitate my bitch sister and give birth to the king's bastard child, I'm afraid they will die a horrible death. The Holy Mother's magic can also test the child's father. Ai Ju was shocked. Priest Camp Nu shook his head and pointed to the flame in the palm of his hand. As you can see, the holy flame was pure white before. Now it is stained with blood red. This means that there is external magic burning. If there is no power in the blood, the holy flame will not be tainted. For ordinary people, this kind of magic is almost useless. Then is Zhong Robert's child? Ai Ju asked anxiously. There is magic in Zhong's blood. She should have the king's blood. The old priest nodded. That's great. Ai Ju's old face was distorted with excitement. She pulled Zhong, who was equally happy, and shouted excitedly, Zhong, you are really King Robert's child. You are a princess. The Holy Mother can testify. So I am really a princess. Zhong grinned. When the old priest heard this, he panicked and waved his hand. The Holy Mother cannot testify. I cannot represent the Holy Mother. The Church will not participate in the struggle for power. You are using the Holy Mother's magic. Ai Ju glared. Ai Ju, you have to understand. The magic only proves that Zhong has the king's blood in her. It does not confirm that she is King Robert's daughter. Priest Camp Nu stomped his foot. What are you talking about? Why is she not King Robert's child if she has the king's blood? Ai Ju was confused. Camp Nu looked at the Dragon Queen for help. But she sat on the high back chair with her eyes closed. She held a flame in her right hand. It seemed that she did not want to participate in this matter. Then the old priest looked at the dwarf who was watching the show curiously and asked, "You also have the king's blood, right? Why don't you try?" The dwarf's face became unfriendly. The old man quickly explained, "I don't mean anything else. I just want Ai Ju and Zhong to understand that the king's blood cannot prove the father's identity. It's just a drop of blood." Baristan helped. "You can try it yourself. The evil god likes nobles more than commoners, which means that the bloodline of nobles is superior to commoners." The dwarf shouted. Baristan glanced at him indifferently. He really did cut his finger with a knife and squeezed out 2 drops of blood on the priest's left hand. Tang! The same milky white flame burned the blood to ashes. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the milky white flame was dyed a faint blue. "What's going on? Sir Baristan's king's blood is richer than Zhong-er's?" the old monk exclaimed. "Is there a problem with the magic?" Baristan was puzzled. After that, Ai Ju and the old monk each tried it once. Ai Ju's flame did not change at all, but the old monk's flame did not change in color. The flame became a size bigger. The old monk was very calm this time and explained to the puzzled onlookers, "I don't have the king's blood. This is the power of the Holy Mother. I have the divine power bestowed by the Holy Mother in my body. Let me try." The dwarf couldn't help but decide to do it himself. Boom! The flame jumped up as high as a finger, its entire body pale gold. It was amazing, but it was within the dwarf's expectations. It seems that there is no problem with the magic, but why is the power in Sir Baristan's bloodline stronger than Zhong-er's? He turned to the Dragon Queen. Danny said lightly, "Pull the people around me and try. I guarantee that all of them have the power of the bloodline. Because of you." Tyrion was shocked at first, then thoughtfully, "The benign contamination of high-energy magic is similar to the curse of the ruins of Valeglia, but the effect is the opposite. In addition to the high-energy power of the law, there is also the identity. Selmy is an old noble of the Stormland. Now that Sir Baristan is equivalent to my Prime Minister, it would be abnormal if the bloodline did not behave like this. The correct way to use this magic is to take the blood of both father and son at the same time and burn them together. If they are father and son, the flame will only be stained with one color. If they are not related, the flame will appear in 2 colors." Danny glanced at the dwarf vaguely before continuing, "Not only is it suitable for father and son, but it can also be used to take the blood of mother and son to verify whether they are biological mother and son. If both parents are great nobles, such as Cersei, Robert, and Joffrey's family, the color of whose bloodline is stronger will be displayed. If Cersei is green and Robert is dark red, Joffrey and Robert's mixed blood will appear green and red. If Joffrey and Cersei's mixed blood burn, there will only be green. If Joffrey is Robert's son, Robert and Joffrey's mixed blood will appear dark red. If Cersei and Joffrey's mixed blood burn, it will also be dark red. This is because Lannister's bloodline is not as good as Theon's." "Why not? Just because Robert is king?" Tyrion was unconvinced. "How many extraordinaries have appeared in your Lannister?" "None." "Then do you know who Theon's bloodline came from?" "Firstly, Theon Bera belongs to the Targaryen branch family. Secondly, the first Storm King, God Sorrow Durin, is a powerful demigod who has lived for thousands of years. Lastly, Durin's wife is the daughter of a true god, the first generation of gods." Danny looked contemptuously at the red-faced dwarf. "Tell me, what do you have to compare? Your family's ancestor, Clever Lane, was most likely a mortal who relied on his second son to cheat. He is far inferior to Stark, Handgarth, and Durandon. Among the Westeros Duke families with more than 8,000 years of history, Lannister's bloodline was probably the lowest. Hajin Tully had not been a duke before, and Valley Aaron was an Undul bandit who had crossed the sea 6,000 years ago. These two families were not included. Son Halberd City's Martell and Iron Archipelago's Greyjoy had bloodlines stronger than Lannisters. Martell was originally quite mediocre, but he had mixed into Nymeria's bloodline 2,000 years ago. Greyjoy, on the other hand, was very impressive. Their ancestor, the Grey Sea King, was also a demigod. He killed the world's first sea dragon, Naga. This was not a legend. Naga's fossil was still displayed on the Iron Archipelago. Chapter 921. Ai-Ju did not really understand the theory of bloodline, nor did she care about which family's bloodline was higher or lower in the Seven Kingdoms. She only asked nervously, what about Zhong-Er? Is she Robert's seed? Tyrion, you have seen Mia Stone. Does she look like Zhong-Er? Dany asked. Her hair is very similar, her eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth are a little similar, the dwarf said hesitantly. In that case, Pastor Camp Nou, issue a written certificate for Zhong-Er in your name and Stone Church's name, Dany said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Master Camp Nou. Thank you, Merciful Mother of Mercy. Ai-Ju quickly pulled Zhong-Er to thank her. Pastor Camp Nou looked at Dragon Queen awkwardly and said, Your Majesty, is it appropriate for the church to be involved in this matter? It's just bloodline identification. There is no political aspect to it. After thinking for a while, Dany added, Zhong-Er, after you arrive at King's Landing, go to the cathedral again and explain your matter to the archbishops. Then, ask them to issue 2 bloodline identification certificates for you. Why? Is Pastor Camp Nou's certificate not enough? Zhong-Er was confused. This is the system. The king's bloodline is a matter of national importance. Dragon Queen said seriously, in order to prevent fallen priests from mixing up the noble bloodline in the future, and to prevent great nobles like Cersei from threatening the archbishops, from now on, if the duke or king wants the church to issue a bloodline identification certificate for their descendants, they have to ask at least 3 priests to do a blood test together. By drawing lots, 3 priests will be randomly selected from hundreds of priests on the spot to do a blood test on the spot. If possible, they can go to 3 different parishes and take turns to do it. You are thinking too far ahead. You really don't want to give the future Cersei and Marjorie any chance. The dwarf smiled bitterly. If you put a hat on your husband, you might be able to find a reasonable reason. But if you cheat and mix up the family bloodline, that is unforgivable. The Mother of Mercy will never forgive you. The teachings of the 7 gods do not oppose divorce. If you can't live together, then divorce. Dany said lightly. The dwarf's mouth twitched, but he could not refute. The hall was quiet for a while. Zhong-Er looked at the Dragon Queen with hope in her eyes and said, Your Majesty, the distance from Stone Hall Town to the King's Landing is over 1,000 kilometers. It is a world of ice and snow, and there are also deviant ghosts. How are we going to get there? Dany said casually, the Heishui River is not completely frozen. Go downstream for another 100 kilometers and you should be able to reach a ferry when you enter the main stream. When the volunteer group leaves Stone Hall Town, I'll ask them to send you off. Oh. Zhong-Er was a little disappointed that she couldn't ride the pterosaur, but she didn't tactfully make a request. After the old priest left with Zhong-Er and Ai-Ju, the dwarf smiled and said, Actually, it's more suitable for them to follow the volunteer legion to the garrison. Wherever there is a volunteer legion, there will be a prostitution business. With her status as Robert's daughter recognized by the church, let alone 1 daughter, she can even raise 8 or 10 children. Best to follow you all the way. Dany mocked. The dwarf said unhappily, Don't talk nonsense. I'm about to get married, and I've already turned over a new leaf. I haven't been to the brothel for more than half a year. Zhong, especially that AI Jew, want more. Baristan sighed. They didn't have any hope, so they won't have any extravagant hopes. But Mia Stonehall didn't have a very good start, just like Blackfire back then. It's normal to have such thoughts. If she's willing to stay in a remote village for the rest of her life, I'll find it strange. Danny didn't think so. Then, she looked at the bleak and desolate town outside the window with a complicated expression and sighed. Even Zhong, and AI Jew have to starve. How miserable are those ordinary people? Sir, take some people to the streets and ask who can't survive. Organize them to build sleds and buses and move them to other castles. Do the other castles have enough food? Baristan sighed. There has to be an income. There will be a day when there will be a shortage of food. Danny thought for a while and said, fill the western region with 2 rivers. What? Baristan was puzzled. The dwarf looked pensive. Fill the empty western region with refugees from Riverside and Riverbend. That's the best of both worlds. The dwarf looked at Danny in surprise. It just so happens that Lannister and Casterly Rock City are empty and can accommodate hundreds of thousands of refugees. And Lannister Port has the largest fishing ground in the 7 Kingdoms. After Baristan left, the dwarf asked a question that he was very curious about but couldn't say in front of others. What's the principle of bloodline appraisal? It's amazing. You didn't come up with it on the spot, did you? The concept of bloodline appraisal did appear in Danny's mind a long time ago, probably after the first time she used the wizard lens to observe the genes of the grayscale disease patient. After discussing the types of spirituality with Bo Tian, the president of the Necromancer Association, Danny came up with an idea. Spirituality is divided into Type A active spirituality and Type B willpower spirituality. Then, people with the same bloodline should have unique similar spirituality in their blood. Then she continued to study the principle of the wizard lens and finally came up with a pirated version of bloodline appraisal. Well, the wizard lens was the real deal. But she didn't plan to shoot her mouth off with the dwarf in the Holy Hall. In fact, except for the time when she revealed the true identity of the 7 gods, Danny never discussed the topic of, I'm the Holy Mother, with the dwarf. It was the same this time. The Holy Mother's divine power is infinite. She said lightly. The dwarf looked around and muttered, there's no one else here. The 7 gods are watching you. Danny put on a straight face and stared at him. Midget, what's wrong with you, Luan? Why didn't you just kill him? He had no choice but to change the topic. It's none of your business. How is it none of my business? He murdered my uncle, sister, cousin, and thousands of Lion Army soldiers. The dwarf said unhappily. The trial is related to the victims. When the trial is over, the crime and punishment have been determined. The rest of the punishment will be left to the 7 gods. Danny said impatiently. What about Arya Stark? When and where will the trial be held? The dwarf asked again. A week later, in. Danny thought for a while. Let's hold it in the Western Territory. We'll use a fair and open trial to comfort the people of the Western Territory who died unjustly. But too many people have died in Casterly Rock City. It's become a ghost town. It's gloomy and creepy. I don't want to take half a step into it in the future. The dwarf's face turned green and white. Inform the nobles of the 7 countries. 7 days later, in the fairy city, there will be a public trial of Arya Stark. 2 months after the fall of the Western Territory, the situation of the 7 countries finally stabilized under the Dragon Queen's tireless efforts. Especially with the establishment of the Western Territory, Hejian, Royal Territory, and Riverbend, a total of 15 volunteer groups with a total of 45,000 people. The 7 countries' anti-ghost strategy passed the passive defense phase and began to enter the second phase of defense and counterattack. At least there wouldn't be any more dukes being taken away by the ghoul army in a daze. To put it simply, the peak of the epidemic had passed, and the turning point had arrived. Of course, the 7 countries also suffered great losses during this period. Including the Western Territory, more than 50 earl castles and countless villages and towns had fallen. The cumulative death toll was no less than 3 million. The large-scale migration of refugees and nobles had exceeded 2 million. Other than the 1.5 million people contributed by the Western Territory, more than 500,000 people died in Riverbend. For example, Earl Matthews Rowan's Golden Tree City originally had more than 80,000 people. It wasn't the 80,000 permanent residents in the castle, but the number of people who had migrated to Golden Tree City. Only a few hundred people were saved by the Dragon Queen. The remaining 1 million people came from the Stormlands, Hejian, Royal Territory, Northern Territory, and Valley. Only half of them died in the hands of the ghouls. The remaining half died from hunger, cold, disease, and long-distance migration. For example, hundreds of thousands of people moved 600 kilometers from King's Landing to Storm's End Fortress. Tens of thousands of people died along the way. Back in the last Heathfire City, Dany promised the old people who were out hunting that if they followed her to the south, they would be able to survive. At that time, her tone was firm, her voice was loud and powerful, and her expression was infectious. Although it didn't affect the old people at all. Now, she could still speak with a firm and powerful voice. But deep in her heart, she had already accepted the reality. She couldn't save them. When the long night arrived, the first batch to be eliminated were the old and weak. Other than the most basic food, the cold and disease posed a greater threat to the old people. Kong beds had already been popularized in the 7 countries. But people had to go out eventually. Ordinary people didn't even have winter clothes, so how could they withstand the long night that was even more terrifying than winter? Many old people went out to pee, but when the bone-piercing cold wind blew, they came back with a fever and died the next day. Especially those from the south who had never experienced a real winter. Most of them froze to death. Other things aside, if the people from the south were sent to the northeast in the real world, they wouldn't have enough to eat and there wouldn't be enough to eat. How many of them would survive? Now that the long night had arrived, the weather could be compared to Siberia's winter. How could those, children of summer, survive? 7 days later, in the fairy city. On the way from the guest room to the main hall, the dwarf cupped his hands in front of his mouth and exhaled. He stomped his feet and said to John beside him, "Today's weather is the coldest in the past few thousand years. But in the next 10 years, today's weather will be the warmest and most comfortable. Do you feel despair?" To be honest, I don't feel anything. Before the long night came, the weather beyond the Great Wall was also like this. John shook his head. The dwarf glanced at him and said, "Take off the winter bearskin coat you're wearing. I guarantee that you'll feel something. Those commoners don't even have lousy sheepskin coats." He lowered his head and looked at the dirty and old gray fur coat. He said disapprovingly, "In the north, everyone has a fur coat. Those from the north who don't have winter clothes can't survive at all. Even among the ordinary merchants in White Harbor, my gray winter bearskin isn't considered top grade. Did you know that in the past 2 months, 400,000 people froze to death in the 7 nations?" Tyrion said. John nodded with a solemn expression. "I received a court bulletin from Dragonstone Island's Weave Center. The situation is really terrible. More people will die in the future, but at least the situation that was on the verge of collapse was stabilized." The dwarf said softly, "How much responsibility do you think your sister should bear for this series of tragedies?" John slowed his steps and said in a deep voice, "I think that the grudge between Stark and Lannister will end here. It's good for both our families. What do you think?" The dwarf's eyes flashed. He also slowed his steps and muttered, "More than 800 people. We're at a bit of a loss. But you're even more in the wrong. Starting from my brother Bran, to my father, my brother Robb, Lady Caitlin, my two sisters. Don't you have to pay back the debt you owe them? John stopped and stood in the courtyard covered in snow. The whistling northern wind made his cold and hard voice seem a little erratic. Chapter 9:22. How do you think Tommen died? Tyrion's tone turned cold. Jaime knew that your sister killed Tommen, but he decided to use Tommen's death to settle the grudge between the two families. But you gave him a good beating. His head was knocked out, and he still hasn't recovered after half a month of rest. Arya killed Tommen. Jon was shocked. Your sister already admitted it. She poisoned the cat's claws and used a shapeshifter to sneak into the Red Keep and kill Tommen. Even if she killed him, isn't it too much for Jaime to use Tommen to settle the debt with Stark's family? Jon asked. You dare to compare numbers with me? Tyrion mocked. You have to consider cause and effect. Why did Arya go to Casterly Rock, and why did Stark have a grudge with Lannister? Jon's eyes were sharp. Tyrion stared at him for a long time before walking forward again. We will never reach a consensus if we continue this discussion. The great trial is indeed necessary. I just hope that the Dragon Queen is as fair and just as the Holy Father. Jon's tense face relaxed, and he said confidently, I believe in the Dragon Queen. She is your sister, so you should trust her even more. The change of topic thawed the cold atmosphere between the two. Sigh, sometimes I wonder if she will laugh under her blanket after seeing the empty Casterly Rock. The dwarf sighed. Jon held back his laughter. That's nothing. Lannister wiped out her family and killed her nephew and niece when they were young. She has a reason to gloat over what happened to Casterly Rock. In fact, when the news of Casterly Rock reached King's Landing, 9 out of 10 people smiled. The only one who knew better only said that the timing was not right. You Lannister should really reflect on yourselves. You always do things so ruthlessly. You will suffer retribution sooner or later. Shouldn't I be the one saying that to you? Tyrion's face turned cold again. Jon shook his head. There's no need for us to waste time repeating the previous topic. Today is the day of the trial. After that, the two of them walked all the way to the main hall of the Farman Castle. It was already packed with people. Although it was packed with people, the castle hall was only so big. It could only accommodate about 400 people. The courtroom was located in the center of the hall. The huge wooden armchair that was half a meter above the floor belonged to the Dragon Queen. On both sides of the courtroom were 3 distinct rows of seats for the nobles. Below, 2 unsullied were guarding a 4-meter-long horizontal bar, blocking the surrounding mercenary knights, commoners of status, singers, poets, merchants, and craftsmen. The Farman family's soldiers stood guard outside the castle while Dragon Queen's White Knight led the Unsullied to maintain order in the hall. The surviving lords of the western region had all arrived and were seated in the audience seats to the left of the Dragon Queen. Many of the nobles of the 7 kingdoms had also arrived and were seated to the right. The dwarf and Jon separated. One of them went to the first seat on the left, while the other went to the first seat on the right. They sat across from each other with a 3-meter-wide space between them. After a month of preparation, the standard of this trial was really high. It could almost be considered a frugal version of the Great Council. In addition to Tyrion, the sickly Jaime had also come. His cheeks were thin and his eyes seemed to be covered with a thick fog of pain and confusion, causing him to lose his direction in life. Sansa, who was holding her daughter, sat next to Jon. She wore a white hairnet with blue diamonds and a dark purple cashmere dress. It accentuated her graceful figure and her skin was as white as snow. Compared to the past, her face was less sharp and uneasy. Her temperament was calm and confident, and her body had the elegance and gentleness of a mature woman. Especially when she looked at the infant in the swaddling clothes, her beautiful blue eyes seemed to be blooming with spring. After the dwarf sat down, his eyes were nailed to her and he couldn't look away. Right next to Sansa was his fiancée, Arianne. The Dornish princess also saw her fiancé's dazed expression, but she thought that he was like Jaime, immersed in pain and emptied his mind. The dwarf and Jaime's expressions were rather similar. Anyone who saw them would not doubt that they were a pair of pitiful brothers in grief. Behind Arianne sat a few sand snakes. They were the ones who were overjoyed when Jon first heard about what happened to Casterly Rock. They didn't hide their schadenfreude at all. They weren't the only ones. When news of Casterly Rock's fall and Lannister's massacre spread to Dorne, Prince Dowling first sighed and said that the Seven Kingdoms were in big trouble. He then forgot about the millions of ghouls and ran 2 laps around Flowing Water Garden in excitement. Of course, this was fake news. Dowling's lower limbs were paralyzed. Even though he had been treated by a priest a few times, he could only walk with crutches. However, the nobles of Sun Halberd City also admitted that the prince held an unprecedentedly grand banquet that night. He invited all the knights, nobles, and poets in the city. At the banquet, the prince couldn't hide the smile on his face. He even danced with every sand snake. Next to Arianne sat Erlu's king's hand, Davos. He looked tired and his eyes were dull. No one knew what he was thinking. Next to Davos was the complacent Bronze Jon. Although the vassals of the valley had suffered heavy losses in the explosion at King's Landing, this tall and thin old count was in good spirits. Because Aeron had no children, he became the new valley guardian. In the future, he even had hopes of becoming the Lord of the Eyrie. This was a promise that Erlu had made to win him over. After that, there was Laughter, Baelor with a worried expression, Darkfish, Blynden with a sad face, several Frey's daughters who had married other families, and Robb's wife, Jean Westerling. Even Asha Greyjoy came. However, the sea monster's situation was a little awkward. She took off her leather armor and changed into a cumbersome dress that she didn't like but couldn't wear for today's occasion. She sat, alone, at the end of the first row on the right. No one spoke to her. The people around her looked at her even more viciously than the nobles of the western region looked at Stark. When almost everyone had arrived, the Dragon Queen also waited for a while. Around 9 o'clock, she entered the hall accompanied by Barristan and Bevos. For today's trial, the nobles present all changed into solemn attire. The Dragon Queen was no exception. She wore a sapphire blue lantern-sleeved top and a silver high-waisted pterosaur leather skirt with rubies. She was elegant and dignified, but her hair needed to be decorated. Bald hair paired with a dress was as inappropriate as wearing slippers to work. Even the peasant women in the countryside would wear lace headbands on important occasions as long as their families' conditions allowed it. The ladies in the hall all wore hair accessories, such as Sansa's crystal hair net and Yelene's reddish-gold hair clip. Logically speaking, wearing a delicate and small crown at this time was befitting of Dany's status. If they were in Winterfell, Sansa would wear it. If they were in Sun Halberd City, Yelene would also wear it. However, apart from the 3-headed dragon crown that the Tourmaline Brotherhood had created for her when she first debuted, Dany had never had a crown of her own, nor had she ever worn one. Honeywine River's crown of love and beauty did not count. Today, she only used a headband to tie her silver hair behind her head. The headband was made of gold, red, and green ribbons, which contrasted with her full forehead and silver hair. It should have looked simple and playful, but for some reason, the people around felt that the Dragon Queen had never been as sacred and majestic as she was now. She was like a god walking to the altar, lowering herself to sit on the throne of the mortal world. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the artistry. Tyrion and Sansa were extraordinaries. They noticed that the Queen's headband was unusual. They seemed to have understood something, but they were still confused. Jon's cultivation was higher than theirs. After a moment of shock, he opened his eyes wide and said in shock, "Gods, the world is singing for her." This is the aura of the Song of Laws. The Song of Laws is materialized like a real thing, and there are 3 of them. What realm is this? True God. Under the respectful gazes of the people around her, the Dragon Queen sat on her high-backed chair. Then, two unsullied wearing spiked helmets escorted Arya to the bottom of the stage. Arya did not wear shackles. Instead, she wore a gray sheepskin jacket. The gray cashmere was exposed. It was fluffy and looked quite festive. Moreover, compared to her previous skinny and yellow body, she was obviously fatter. Her skin was fairer and smoother. It was as if the month in prison was not a punishment for her, but a rest for her. Everyone knows the reason for today's trial, Dany emphasized. The real reason is the rebellion of the four princes. After a pause, she continued, Arya Stark's poisoning of 874 people in Casterly Rock City is just a small end to a series of immoral events in recent years. The purpose of today's trial is to prevent it from being the beginning of the next series of tragedies. I hope that the sins that have shrouded the families in the past and the hatred that has been buried in their hearts can be put to an end after the trial. That depends on whether the results are satisfactory or not, Tyrion muttered. His voice wasn't loud, but the hall was silent. Everyone heard him and looked over. Dany also looked at him and said, as the victim of the Casterly Rock City incident, tell us, how can we satisfy you? Tyrion looked up, his gaze falling on the two Stark in front of him. First, I need to make sure that the real culprits in Casterly Rock City have been caught. Jon Stark, tell us, is there anyone behind Arya Stark, or is there an accomplice? Dany asked. He stood up and said solemnly, I swear to the gods, I did not know that Arya would go to Casterly Rock City, nor did I know that she was avenging Stark. Dany nodded and looked at the next Stark. Sansa Stark. Sansa stood up with the baby in her arms, her expression changing a few times. Finally, she sighed and said, before the Battle of Winterfell, I saw Arya for the first time after my father's accident. I knew that she was kidnapped to Braavos and trained to be a faceless hiss. The hall was filled with gasps, and then they pointed at Arya in the center of the hall. 7 gods above, I've actually seen the legendary Faceless One. The Faceless lives up to her name. I was wondering why she was so cruel at such a young age and a noble lady. Now it makes sense, she is a Faceless. Actually, I was wondering before. The deaths of Freyr and Lannister in Casterly Rock City were very similar to the snake lizard poison used by the Faceless in the play. So they really are Faceless. You took the play seriously. But Arya Stark's experience is almost the same as the characters in Dr. Wargrave's play. They were both kidnapped when they were young and brainwashed into cold-blooded demons. Everyone looked at Arya with a trace of pity in their eyes. Chapter 9:23. Quiet. Let Madame Sansa continue. The Dragon Queen's voice was soft, but it reached everyone's ears. The noisy hall immediately quieted down. Sansa hugged the swaddling cloth tightly and looked at Arya worriedly. I realize that my sister has become a different person. She was mischievous before, but now she's passionate and lively. She's like a ball of fire that can easily infect everyone around her. In Winterfell, we called her Troublemaker Arya, but now everyone saw it. Sansa's eyes were red, and she showed her most pitiful expression to the people around her. Just like what Professor Wargrave described in his play, Arya has been brainwashed by the Faceless One into a killing machine without a sense of self. She has become cold and heartless. Woo-woo, she began to cry, her face stained with tears. The men felt pity for her. Arain, Viper, and Asha watched. Although they cursed her inwardly, they couldn't help but lick their lips. Their hearts felt dry. It's all the House of Black and White's fault. The Braavosi plotted to brainwash my poor sister to interfere with the political situation of the Seven Kingdoms. Sansa hugged the baby, sobbing and complaining. As she tightened her arms slightly, little Catelyn let out a wail and started crying. Baby, don't cry. My poor little Catelyn, you haven't seen Aunt Arya, have you? She opened the cloth bag made of gold mink, revealing a small red face the size of a palm. Her purple eyes were wide open, and she was crying to Arya with a pout. Arya, who had been stupefied, seemed to have been pricked in the heart by a needle. Her eyes became unusually gentle. Sigh, you're all poor children. You lost your father at such a young age. Sansa was still rambling, crying as she complained. You're okay. You have my upbringing. Aunt Arya lost her parents when she was only 8 years old. She was kidnapped by the world's most terrifying assassin organization. Poor thing. This pair of orphans and widows crying together was indeed lethal. The people around them were moved. Even the people of the western region looked at Stark with less malice. Dany treated it as if she was watching a drama and watched it with great interest. However, the dwarf felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He could not tolerate the mistress' performance anymore. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue with the trial today. Ahem. Tyrion cleared his throat and avoided the topic. Lady Sansa, we all sympathize with little Catelyn. His Majesty Stannis' actions of sacrificing living humans are outrageous. Everyone's attention was attracted by the dwarf. Davos glared at him, and Sansa's blue eyes, which were red and swollen from crying, flashed with dissatisfaction. Tyrion said calmly, but the question for the Queen now is, do you know about Arya Stark's plan to poison the innocent people of Casterly Rock City? The last time I met Arya, she was on her way to Riverrun. Sansa did not deny knowing about Arya's revenge plan. Like me, she never forgot about revenge. Stark may not be Lannister, but he still pays his debts. Sansa emphasized as she looked at the two Lannister. So, you also participated in the rebellion at Casterly Rock? Dany asked. No. Sansa shook her head. I wanted revenge, but I also understood that not all Freys and Lannister were guilty. Everyone knows that Aegon and I led 2,000 Valley Light Cavalry to attack River Contracture City. At that time, I only wanted to kill the main participants of the bloody wedding, but Wald Frey escaped with his descendants. Even so, I did not kill the babies of River Contracture City. When she said this, Sansa stared at Jaime and Tyrion. She spoke very loudly about the babies. Tywin killed the real Lay Gabe, a baby, and a 4 or 5-year-old princess. Dany's expression was calm, but Elaine and the Sand Snake's expressions changed. The surrounding nobles also understood what Sansa was trying to say, and their eyes flashed. Jaime looked down, his expression dim. The dwarf gritted his teeth and reminded her again, Lady Sansa, please answer the Queen's question. Did you participate in the tragedy at Casterly Rock? I said, no. Sansa shook her head again. I am not talking nonsense, and I am not trying to change the topic. I want to tell everyone that Stark is not a devil. My revenge is only against those who have cursed the 7 gods. My target is Frey, then Cersei, and Lord Tywin. Arya and I are the same. Lord Tywin is responsible for the bloody wedding, and Cersei, Lannister, and Joffrey are responsible for my father's death. Our plan for revenge is clear. Sansa looked at Jaime and said meaningfully, I believe that Sir Jaime can testify for us. What? Everyone was stunned. Lannister had already been exterminated by Stark, and Stark was still asking Lannister to testify that Stark did not plan to kill all the Lannister. That was ridiculous. Even more ridiculous was that Jaime nodded with a pained expression and admitted, yes, I understand. Even the most inhumane Stark did not want to take revenge on all the Lannister. But how did the incident at Casterly Rock happen? Everyone thought that the most inhumane Stark was Arya, including Jon, but everyone knew that it was Madame Stoneheart. Madame Stoneheart had even forgiven Jaime. She would not go after the people in Casterly Rock who were more innocent than Jaime. It was because of this that Jaime said that the grudge between the lion and the wolf ended in Tommen. I swear to the Holy Mother that I only knew that Arya was going to Riverrun to seek revenge on Freyr. Later, I guessed that she might have followed him all the way to Casterly Rock. But to kill so many people, even the Lannister was caught in the crossfire. This is beyond the scope of Stark's revenge. Sansa looked sincerely at the grief-stricken Jaime. Dany gestured for the widow to sit down and shouted into the air, "Bran, come out. It's your turn now." While everyone was still confused, a large raven descended from the air vent and landed on Arya's head. "I am Bran Stark, this generation's three-eyed raven." After introducing himself, the raven turned to the two Lannister. "I swear to all the old gods that, like Sansa, I knew that Arya was going to seek revenge on Freyr, but I did not participate in the rebellion in Casterly Rock." Tyrion narrowed his eyes and questioned, "Bran, in the past month, you have shown your omniscient abilities to the militia. How could you not pay attention to my sister's revenge on Freyr? If you were, why didn't you stop it? Or are you the mastermind behind it?" "I paid little attention to Arya's revenge," the raven said calmly. "Because I predicted that the Lannister and Freyr would pay for their crimes. This is the power of fate. I saw that fate would uphold justice for Stark, so I was not obsessed with revenge." Jaime was shocked. "You predicted that Arya would poison 800 people in Casterly Rock. I once saw Tyrion's lonely figure in the future. Do you understand what I mean?" Bran said. "Ah, other than the imp, the other Lannister are all dead?" Everyone was shocked, then doubtful. "The raven is lying, right? To wash away your sister's crimes, you can even tell such a lie." Tyrion mocked. Bran said coldly, "I am not targeting Lannister. If the Dragon Queen did not change fate, 90% of you would have become undead. When the night is over, the total population of Westeros will not exceed 300,000. This is the original script. Think about it, which one of you will be among those 300,000 people? You are lying. You cannot believe the words of a shapeshifter. I still remember old Nan's story. Shapeshifters are as evil as wraiths." As soon as Bran finished speaking, the hall was filled with rebukes and curses. Bran ignored them and stared at the gnome whose expression was changing and asked, "You don't believe me?" "I believe you." The gnome suddenly laughed. "Without the Dragon Queen, without the Megalosaurus, without magic, Winterfell would have fallen first. Then, 1,000,000 ghouls would have swept through Hajien, and 10,000,000 ghouls would have swept through the Seven Kingdoms. It is unimaginable that 300,000 people would have survived." "Ah." Everyone calmed down and could not help but be stunned. The gnome did not seem to be wrong. Up to this point, who had not killed a ghoul or seen an army of ghouls? Now that they understood the horror of the ghouls, they were 100% sure that the situation of the Seven Kingdoms was not good. But without the Dragon Queen, the Westeros would have fallen. They could not help but raise their heads to look at the throne. The Dragon Queen's expression was calm, and her eyes seemed to be asleep. She held a ball of red flame in each of her hands. Green ribbons flashed in the flame in her left hand, and there seemed to be a fire crow in the flame in her right hand. What was she doing at this sacred moment? She was definitely not sleeping. Was she meditating and cultivating? The Dragon Queen said calmly, "Don't look at me like that. We are different. I am multitasking. I am cultivating and listening to your debate. I am also burning the ghouls in Hajien with Bran. There is a small gathering of ghouls near the Bend Inn. The green dragon is breathing fire to burn them," Bran immediately said. Everyone was stupefied. The difference in their realms was too great. "Don't change the topic." The gnome's face was distorted. He stomped his feet and shouted, "It is meaningless to pretend that the Dragon Queen does not exist. She is alive and well in front of us, and she is the child of the era. So, the future you mentioned does not exist. Bran, you are quibbling. The Dragon Queen really changed her original fate." Bran sighed. "Why did your fate change, but the fate of Casterly Rock City's destruction did not?" Tyrion said angrily. "That depends on whether she wants to change her fate or not. Bran said meaningfully. The gnome and Jaime looked at the Dragon Queen in surprise. Dany was angry. Bran, what do you mean? Are you pushing the blame on me? The big crow was silent for a moment, then said, I did not mean that. I just wanted to tell Tyrion that in the Westeros, fate really does exist. Anyone who violates the teachings of the gods will not be able to escape the judgment of fate. Maybe there are people who are stronger than the gods who can change fate, but they will not help sinners escape punishment. Robb's experience at the Red Wedding was also fate. He was the first to break his oath and violate the sacred marriage contract. Fry was the executor of fate. Highcourt Tyrell, Hajin Tully, Arryn Valley, Stormlands Beira, Theon, and even Targaryen before that did not escape the judgment of fate. It was because I understood this that I turned a blind eye to Arya's behavior. She is also a part of fate. I do not need to scheme against Casterly Rock City. The hall was silent. The gnome, Jaime, Sansa, and Jon, everyone looked at the big crow with shock in their eyes. Even Dany was bewildered. What was Bran hinting at? Or was he just trying to divert her attention? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? The gnome seemed to be listening to someone speak with his own voice. I also feel that some of my recent thoughts are crazy. The big crow looked at Dany and said. Chapter 9:24. Without waiting for Dany or the dwarf to ask, the big crow shook its head and said, Don't ask me why I think and say that. I'm also going with the flow in the river of fate. You're not deliberately mystifying us and fooling us with words we don't understand, are you? Tyrion said suspiciously, Let me tell you, I stopped using this little trick after I turned 12, because it's too low level. I'm the Green Prophet. Do you understand what the old gods mean to the Green Prophet? The big crow looked at the dwarf, its red eyes solemn. I swear to all the old gods that what I'm saying today is true. The dwarf fell silent, conflicted. At this moment, second Grandpa Blynden spoke. Bran, you said that what happened to the Tully family was also the judgment of fate. Why? The big crow did not immediately answer second Grandpa's question. Instead, it flew in the air and looked at everyone around it. Nobles, civilians, and the queen. It's really rare for everyone to gather together in such an orderly manner today. I'm afraid there won't be another chance like this in the future. Therefore, I feel that today is the day of judgment for Arya. We can also hold the Great Council and Great Judgment that Dragon Queen has been planning for many years. I'm the Green Prophet, the guardian of this generation of Westeros. Perhaps, I can't stop the arrival of the Long Night, but I know everything that has happened to Westeros. In my eyes, you have no secrets. Westeros have no secrets. At this moment, the big crow's red eyes flashed with a bright red light. It was extremely dazzling. Everyone saw an image flashing quickly in that pair of strange red eyes. It was obviously not clear, but it seemed very familiar, just like. A thought flashed through their minds, and they suddenly realized that those were the secrets they had buried deep in their hearts. Everyone was shocked. The next moment, the red light in front of them disappeared, and they returned to the Judgment Hall in reality. The people and scenery did not change, but their mentality and the way they looked at the big crow had changed. It was not lying. It knew everyone's secrets. It was too terrifying. What do you want to do? Dany asked in surprise. Do what you've always wanted to do. The big crow landed back on Arya's shoulder and turned to second Grandpa. We're all guilty. What crime? Hey, you asked blankly. You've betrayed your vows. Crow said. Dany had a strange look on her face. Was Bran going to blow himself up and expose his grandfather's dark secrets? You mean the War of the Usurpers? Hey, you argued, that's because His Majesty Aerys cruelly killed your uncle. He's Tully's son-in-law. The motto of the Tully family is family, responsibility, honor, Old Blackfish emphasized. No matter what other people thought, he and his nephew Idmu tried their best to live up to the family motto. There were a lot of Seven Kingdoms #1 in Game of Thrones. For example, the #1 General Robert, the #1 Swordsman Arthur Dane, the #1 foster father Jon Arryn, the #1 best friends Robert and Ned. If one were to select the best uncles and relatives in the Seven Kingdoms, it would definitely be Idmu Tully and Old Blackfish. For the sake of Stark, they were willing to sacrifice their families. His uncle was even willing to be his nephew's savior. At that time, Idmu had never seen the girl's face. The Fry family's appearance was similar to that of weasels. They were all ugly. Even though he had sacrificed everything, sometimes Robb would scold and criticize his uncle in front of outsiders. However, his uncle would still smile and accept punishment. Idmu Tully in the original novel was much smarter, kinder, and braver than in Game of Thrones. He was almost the only great noble with no original sin. If one were to choose a king based on virtue and temperament, he would be the most qualified. Bran sighed. Revenge for uncle was something that happened later. But when Mother was only 4 or 5 years old, the alliance between the dire wolf and the trout began. What was the purpose of the alliance? To protect ourselves. Old Blackfish blurted out. The Mad King is crazy. Every noble is in danger. Hejien is a place of war. We need to form an alliance to protect ourselves. Grandpa told you this? It's not wrong. Tully doesn't have the ambition to be king. She just wants to protect her current power and go one step further. Hejien was connected to the Royal Territory, the Valley, the Northern Territory, the Western Territory, and the River Bend. It was definitely a place of war. But at the same time, if Hejien was strong enough, it would be easy for it to expand. Before Aegon landed, the overlords of the Seven Kingdoms often appeared in Hejien. Aerys was in power for 20 years. Only in the last few years did chaos appear. If they were prepared to form an alliance to protect themselves, it would be reasonable. But when Stark and Tully had the initial marriage plan, it was in the 10th year of Aerys's reign. Before the War of the Usurpers, you should carefully observe the marriage relationships of the Westeros families. Maybe you can understand something. At this point, Bran stopped and let everyone think. Even Dany fell into deep thought when he reminded her of this. Before she understood the history of the Seven Kingdoms, she never felt that there was anything wrong with the marriage between the families in Game of Thrones. After all, they were of equal social status. But look at the marriage of the previous generation of the rebels. In the north, Rickard married his cousin. Well, Ned's parents were both Stark. In the west, Tywin married his cousin. In the River Bend, Lord Inflatable Fish chose the strongest duke in the duchy, Hyder. In the Royal Territory, the Mad King married his sister. In the Valley, Jon Arryn's first wife came from the Royce family. That was Bronze John's Royce, one of the top dukes in the Valley. In the Stormlands, Erlu's mother came from the Eastmon family in the Stormlands, and Eastmon was also one of the Stormlands noble clans. Doran Martell's wife, came from the great nobility of Novos across the narrow sea. It had to be explained here that although Dao Lang was free to love, his marriage was not out of the realm of political demands. The Martell family was different from the other 7 families. Just like the city builder, Brandon, who founded Stark, Martell came from Nymeria, who came from the other side of the narrow sea. Therefore, Martell had always had a close relationship with the top royal family of the Free City. For example, Martell could get the Sea King of Bravos to vouch for the secret marriage between second brother Way and Iraine. For example, Quentyn Martell dared to promise Pentos to the Ragged Prince, the original work. For example, Martell and Tyrosai's Great Lord exchanged their heirs. Tyrosai's daughter was raised in Flowing Water Garden, and Iraine almost went to Tyrosai to be the Great Lord's wine maid. Dao Lang marrying the daughter of Novo's top noble family was no different from other dukes marrying the daughter of a great noble in their territory. It was all to consolidate their existing power. 7 kingdoms, 8 territories, none of the wives of the lords belonged to another duchy, so what about their children? On the contrary. In the west, Tywin had been trying to matchmake Cersei to marry Liga. In the north, Brandon married Tully, and his daughter married Theon Bella. In Dorne, Dao Lang's mother, Duchess of Dorne, hoped that Ilya could marry Jaime. In the valley, old Jon had no sons or daughters to marry, and he was too old, so he took in 2 adopted sons and later married the second-hand Lisa. In the king's territory, Liga married Ilya. Riverbend seemed to be as stable as an old dog, but in fact, it was because they did not have children of the right age. If Margaery was born 10 years earlier, it was very likely that she would have become Liga's wife. During the War of the Usurpers, Targaryen's relationship with Tyrell was much closer than Dorne's. Old Rose almost became Targaryen's daughter-in-law in the early years, and Targaryen also had a son who was adopted in the High Court. Comparing the marriages of the parents and juniors, it could be seen that the political situation of the 7 kingdoms in the later period of the Mad King's rule was very explosive. It was like a warehouse full of barrels of gunpowder. When everyone understood this, a thoughtful expression appeared on their faces. Bran then continued, in the 300 years after Aegon unified the 7 kingdoms, there were very few cross-border marriages, and the marriage of the children of the Duke's family was even rarer. So, when Stark and the Tully family formed an alliance, the other dukes were already on guard. Under the Mad King's rule, the nobles did not feel safe in the political atmosphere, forcing them to subconsciously imitate Stark and Tully's alliance. Dorne's original goal was to form a marriage alliance with the western region. But Tywin did not like Dorne. He was more willing to choose his old friend of many years, the Mad King Aerys, and let Cersei marry Liga. But Tywin had been ruling the 7 kingdoms for more than 10 years, and his power had reached the peak of the dukes. Aerys, who was mad but not stupid, rejected him and chose the weaker Dorne. The marriage alliance between the Wind's Rest Castle and the Dire Wolf, Robert and Lyanna, was beyond everyone's expectations. Theon and Stark did not have any friendship, and looking back, they were also surprised by this marriage. That was the work of a scholar. Everything was arranged by fate, for my ambitious grandfather to meet the radical faction in the City of Knowledge. When the Wolf, Fish and Stag alliance was first established, Duke Aeron also joined in. No matter who sat on the Iron Throne, at that time, they could no longer tolerate the alliance of the 4 Grand Duchies with Stark as the core. It was also at that time that fate began to punish Stark, through the hands of the Mad King. After that, fate's sword of punishment fell on Targaryen's head, and 14 years later, it was the turn of Hygien, the Valley and the Western region. Under the stunned expressions of the people around him, Bran looked around and said coldly, "No one can escape the final judgment, this is fate. You cannot believe in fate, but it has always been above all living things, it does not care whether you believe in it or not." Tyrion said blankly, "Bran, are you serious? The plans of the radical scholars in the City of Knowledge, Duke Ricard's ambition, are all true. Why would I lie and slander my own grandfather?" Bran turned to the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty does not seem surprised. Aren't you omniscient and omnipotent?" "What do I know?" "You already know," Dany said. Silence. Bran was silent. Blackfish was silent. Bran's words were too shocking, it was difficult for them to adapt. Everyone in the hall was silently digesting the information that they had just heard that almost changed the history of the 7 kingdoms. Or rather, the truth of history was only revealed to them now. "Why is it like this?" Blackfish murmured blankly. "Why is it like this?" Blackfish was not the only one who thought this, everyone was asking the same question in their hearts. No one knew who they were asking. Stark, the root of all evil. Suddenly, Princess Arianne lamented. The disasters of the 7 kingdoms in the past few decades seemed to be all because of Stark. The War of the Usurpers was rooted in Stark's ambition. The direct cause was Lyanna running away from the marriage, and Bunyan Stark did not report it. The War of the 4 Kings, Lady Catelyn kidnapping Tyrion was at least the trigger. Now, the variant Ghost King is Stark, and the fall of Casterly Rock City that caused the collapse of the situation was also caused by him. When everyone heard this, they were stunned, and then the way they looked at Stark changed. Under the accusation of everyone, not to mention the normal Jon and Sansa, even the abnormal area shrank back. Chapter 925. The Big Crow said indifferently, "Today is the day of judgment. I won't hide Stark's crimes, and I'm prepared to take responsibility. We'll take the punishment that belongs to us, but we won't take the blame for anything that doesn't belong to us. Sorry, we won't take any of it. My grandfather was ambitious, but who doesn't have ambition in the game of power? It's not wrong to be ambitious, it's only wrong that he did something wrong. If there are 100 crimes in the War of the Usurpers, Stark will only take 5, and the rest will belong to the other families. Isn't 5 too little?" Tyrion shouted. "I said, it's only wrong that he did something wrong. What did my grandfather do wrong? He only facilitated the marriage between Stark, Tully, and Theon, and then? Did he kill anyone unjustly?" "That's because he died early," a noble shouted. Bran nodded. "I admit that. If he didn't die early, he would have committed more crimes. But you can't use things that didn't happen as evidence to convict. In the game of power, dying early is also a kind of luck. Dying early means making fewer mistakes." He sighed. The dwarf's expression twisted. He wanted to refute loudly, but Bran's words made sense. Rickard was the one who started the War of the Usurpers, but he and his unlucky son had been killed by the Mad King long ago. Betraying the monarch and dying at the hands of the monarch was already considered atonement. Moreover, because the father and son had died so miserably, it added a lot of sympathy for Stark. It could almost be considered a kind of accumulation of good karma. Then what about his father, Tywin? It seemed that dying early meant fewer mistakes. If he was still alive today, who knew how many sins his father would have committed? Moreover, his death was also very miserable. It seemed that he was accumulating good karma for Lannister. The dwarf was a little confused. Dany muttered to herself for a moment and said, "Rickard violated the principles of a monarch and was one of the instigators of the turmoil. He committed a heinous crime. But my father's actions towards him and his son were also heinous. Let them cancel each other out. Duke of the Northern Territory, what do you think?" Jon thought for a while with an awkward expression, then confirmed with Bran, "Grandfather really wants the Iron Throne?" "You should be asking if grandfather really did those things," Bran said lightly. "I can tell you that he really did it. You should understand that since there are more than one radical scholar involved, I can't lie to you. Because the City of Knowledge was still there, the scholars were still alive. In fact, there are at least 20 doctors who know this secret." After a moment of hesitation, Bran decided not to tell him about Professor Su Ching murdering Professor Wargrave. Now, Dr. Wargrave's debt was on Faceless One's head, and he was hated by the people of the world. He was happy to do so, and Dragon Queen was happy to do so. Let the school of Black and White continue to take the blame. 7 gods. What was the scholar doing? First, it was the real world, and now it was Targaryen who wanted to subvert the mad genes. If there was no rebellion of the 4 princes, if Joffrey was still on the throne, would the City of Knowledge still be purging the mad second-generation Lannister? Do they still remember the scholar's oath they once swore? Bronze Jon cried out unbearably, and the surrounding nobles also had ugly expressions. There were also a few scholars who were in charge of recording the trial. At this moment, they wished they could find a hole to hide in. At the very least, take off the scholar's necklace and the grey robe that represented the scholar. Jaime's cheek muscles twitched a few times as he argued, "In our thousands of years of Lannister history, there has never been a mad king." Bronze Jon said, "Can you deny the madness of Joffrey and Cersei?" Aren't they both Lannister? It's not the bloodline that drives people crazy, it's the Iron Throne. Jaime said in a deep voice. Before Targaryen became the king of the Seven Kingdoms, there were also thousands of years of history, and there has never been a Targaryen-exclusive Mad Blood awakened, Tyrion said strangely. The nobles in the hall were stunned for a moment before they started whispering. Don't stray from the topic. Today's topic is not the Iron Throne, the Dragon Queen reminded them. Then she asked impatiently, Jon Stark, do you agree with my verdict just now? I agree, Jon sighed and said solemnly. Stark admits that his ancestors violated the oath of loyalty and is willing to reach a settlement with Targaryen. Both sides are even. Rickard and Blynden died so miserably. They died in vain. Dany nodded and looked at the remaining Stark. What about the rest of you? I agree, Sansa said. I agree with Jon's decision, Arya said woodenly. Bran asked, my grandfather's crime is cancelled out with Aerys. What about my father and uncle? They did participate in the campaign to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty. Your father did not commit any crime. I've said this before. Your uncle should not have hidden the truth of Lyanna's elopement. But he later put on the black robe, so any crime is cancelled out, Dany said. At this point, she turned to the two Lannister. If Duke Tywin was still alive, I would take revenge on him. But since he died at the hands of Tyrion, the grudge is more or less settled. What do you think? I completely agree, the dwarf said almost impatiently. Me shooting Tywin's father is not considered kinslaying, but resolving the blood feud between the Lannister and Targaryen. This is fate's arrangement. Shameless. The surrounding nobles muttered softly, looking at the dwarf with disdain. The dwarf, however, straightened his back and looked happy. Jaime nodded at the Dragon Queen and accepted the result. Dany concluded, now everyone knows the secret of the War of the Usurpers. Basically, it can be defined as a game of power. In the game of power, there are no boundaries between right and wrong, between good and evil. Aerys, who was thought to be completely crazy, was actually just defending his royal power. Stark, who was thought to be the victim, was actually the initiator of the game of power. But the Mad King was indeed crazy and committed a crime that deserved to be cursed by the gods. He deserved to die. Similarly, even if Rickard was guilty, he deserved a fair and just trial, not a blasphemous torture. In this matter, it is difficult for us to determine who is more guilty and who is more wronged. But there is no doubt that they are all guilty and deserve to die. Although the Dragon Queen was right, everyone in the hall still felt strange. The Mad King was your father. Isn't Saint Dany too selfless to say that your father deserved to die? The selfless Dragon Queen sighed and said, those who are innocent may not necessarily have a smooth life, but those who violate the teachings of the gods will definitely be punished by fate. Aerys, Rickard, Tully, Aeron, Lannister, Theon Bella, whether they were the winners or losers of the game of power back then, none of them escaped the final judgment. I hope that today's trial can serve as a warning to those in power in the future. You can play politics today, but you will be played by fate tomorrow. If those in power don't play games of power, what do you want them to do? The dwarf asked. Dragon Queen said sternly, be a model for the people in terms of virtue, and seek peace for the people in terms of behavior. After doing these two things, if you still have the energy and time to play games of power, the seven gods won't object. Then, her expression became cold, and she said indifferently, but if as a lord, you can't protect the peace of the land, can't ensure that the people have a place to live, have a place to farm, have a reward for labor, have support for the young, have support for the old, and still waste the people's money and start wars for your own selfish desires. Then, I promise, even if the king doesn't punish you, even if the laws of the seven kingdoms don't punish you, when you go to hell, stranger will teach you to repent for 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. The nobles' faces paled. They didn't seem to be qualified, noble lords. Did they have to repent for 1,000,000 years in hell? They subconsciously touched their chests. Feeling the shape of the pouches containing the atonement scrolls behind their clothes, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Merciful Holy Mother, long live the true dragon, King of the Seven Kingdoms, Dany rise. The nobles were anxious, and the commoners, merchants, craftsmen, and bards in the outer circle were collectively in high spirits. In the Westeros where fart, cattle, and horses were all the property of the nobles, the Dragon Queen's way of judging the nobles by the people's livelihood was very novel and also very exciting. She didn't wear a crown, but they sincerely hoped that she was their queen, and they hoped that she could transform the Seven Kingdoms into a kingdom that was like heaven. Dany waved her hand, and the excited cheers stopped, and the hall returned to silence. Now, the trial of the participants of the War of the Usurpers is over, and we should return to the original case. She glanced at Arya, but since the three-eyed crow volunteered to answer everyone's questions, why don't we go back to the original case? Then, why don't we follow the timeline and put an end to the terrible things that happened in the Westeros in the past few years? In the end, we can judge Arya Stark. After all, everyone knows that the tragedy in Casterly Rock wasn't a single event, but a small end to a series of events. What do you think? She asked. Only by resolving the hatred can we unite and fight against the deviant ghosts, Barristan said loudly. I've been tired of the chaos in the Seven Kingdoms for a long time, and I can't ask for more if the Queen can clean up the filth and return the Seven Kingdoms to a better place, Bronze John said with emotion. The Onion Knight beside him smiled bitterly. The Seven Kingdoms were broken, and they needed a new trial to re-establish the glorious knight's faith, but it would be great if his king could do it. Just as he thought about it, the nobles of the western region and River Bend shouted, in the past few years, the king and the great nobles have betrayed their oaths and trampled on their honor. Only a great and glorious knight queen like Her Majesty has the right to hold a public trial for everyone in the Seven Kingdoms. We are all convinced. The other nobles and the commoners in the outer circle shouted in agreement. Sansa had a complicated look in her eyes. There was envy and jealousy, but deep in her heart, she didn't think there was anything wrong with their words. Except for the Dragon Queen, no one had the right to hold a public trial. The Queen is so popular everywhere she goes. The fat eunuch Beworth muttered and took out a piece of dried squid from his coat pocket. He tilted his head and quietly put it into his mouth to chew. Dany glanced at him and clapped her hands, saying, since everyone agrees, let's begin. Starting from the War of the Usurpers, any question of morality and honor can be brought up for trial. Who will go first? Me. Old Bart raised his hand and looked at the big crow with a complicated expression. Did Robert really laugh when he saw the bodies of Princess Rhaenys and Prince Aegon? Dany facepalmed. He laughed and kicked Princess Rhaenys's head because her eyes were wide open, as if she was looking at him. Ah. Chapter 9:26. Ah, the hall was filled with cries of surprise. The sand snake's cries were the loudest and angriest. Robert deserves to die. Mother Mary, please send him to the 7 levels of hell. Elaine gnashed her teeth in anger. I was his white knight for 14 years. 7 gods. Old Bart held his head in agony. King Robert has already received his retribution. As the representative of Theon Barat, Davos had a complicated expression. He did something that caused him to lose his honor, but he did not murder the 2 princes. He wanted to eliminate the root of the problem and pursued me for more than 10 years. In the end, when his illegitimate daughter came to me for help, I helped her, Dany said. Davos's old face was red. He could not refute her words. Robert had been dead for so many years. Dany did not want to make things difficult for an old knight. She said, Bran, tell us about the case of Varys swapping the babies. Varys is also a Targaryen. This was a huge bomb. Even Dany was shocked. Sigh, in front of the 3-eyed crow, all schemers who boast of their wisdom are like self-satisfied clowns in a stage play. From now on, the people of Westeros will be much more obedient, but fear might make them. Tyrion looked at the big crow who was analyzing Varys' scheme in detail. His eyes flickered. He moved closer to Jaime's ear. His voice was as soft as a mosquito. What do you think he's thinking? How does he plan to end this? I don't know what he's thinking, but he definitely knows about your dark thoughts, Jaime warned sternly. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. Tyrion pursed his lips at the people around him and said with a strange expression, only those with ulterior motives will be afraid of an omniscient god. I'm magnanimous. But if I'm an omniscient person, I should be afraid that my omniscience will be known by others. Tell me, is he a human or a god? Or does he really control everyone's fate? Jaime, you paralyzed a god. I heard that he returned to Winterfell. I also heard that his body isn't very powerful. This is a dangerous topic, especially in this situation. There are some things that everyone knows, but they keep it in their hearts and don't show it on their faces. Could it be that your shrewdness is inferior to theirs? Jaime frowned. No, this topic isn't dangerous only in a situation like this. Tyrion smiled at the big crow. He didn't know if the big crow noticed him, but it didn't give him any response. Because the dwarf and Jaime already knew about Varys' plan, they had the time to chat. The surrounding people, including the Dragon Queen, were all focused and kept asking for details. Varys' attitude, his every meeting with Illyrio in the secret passageway of the Red Keep, and the contents of their discussions, were all exposed to the world. After a long time, the big crow stopped. Dany said coldly, he's different from Aegon. Aegon is innocent, but he's guilty. I won't admit his identity, and I won't let him off easily. No one objected. Even Sansa's expression changed a few times, but she didn't plead for her cheap uncle. She even felt a little humiliated, feeling that the eight-clawed spider had tainted the bloodline of her vassal King Aegon. However, she didn't want to lose the eight-clawed spider and his intelligence network. Since he was Aegon's uncle, he wouldn't betray her and could be of great help. Therefore, she was feeling very complicated right now. Who murdered Duke Jon Arryn? Was it Lannister? Bronze Jon raised his hand and asked. Was it you? Tyrion nudged Jaime and laughed. I might stab him to death, but I won't poison him. If Cersei knew that he was suspecting Joffrey's identity, she would definitely tell me, Jaime said calmly. It's Littlefinger, the dwarf shouted at Bronze Jon. It's not just Littlefinger. The big crow shook his head. Lannister can't escape. Only Jaime, Cersei, and I were at King's Landing. Since it wasn't us, could it be that my father controlled someone to do it? The dwarf said with a frown. It has nothing to do with Duke Tywin. It's Grand Preceptor Pycelle. He's been secretly serving Lannister. The dwarf was stunned and mumbled, if it's him, it's possible. That old dog has been cleaning up our family's mess diligently for decades without complaint and has been loyal and devoted. What a pity. He sacrificed so much for Lannister, but I shot him in the crotch. Ah, the earlier one dies, the fewer mistakes he makes. Jaime shook his head and sighed. Bran said, the one who poisoned Duke Jon Arryn was Lady Lysa, another one who poisoned her husband. Everyone exclaimed. Today's trial was really necessary. Otherwise, who would dare to get married in the future? The dwarf lamented. Women are too vicious. It's so hard to be a man. Outside, there are dishonorable and dishonorable gamers who conspire against you. When you get home, you have a good wife who brings you a cup of wine. You can learn from Robb and Rhaega. You can learn from them and betray the sacred marriage contract, Elaine said calmly. Look, this woman is so vicious. The dwarf pointed at his fiancée and smiled at Jaime. We haven't even gotten married, and she's already cursing me. Sansa felt uncomfortable and said coldly, this is the trial hall. The dwarf rubbed his nose and stopped teasing. Jon frowned and looked at everyone's faces. Bran continued, after Duke John Arryn was poisoned, Scholar Corman, who served the Eyrie, could have saved him. In fact, under the effects of the antidote, Duke Arryn's condition had already improved. Then, Grand Tutor Pycelle intervened and sent Scholar Corman away, cutting off Duke Arryn's medicine. Scholar Corman understood Pycelle's intentions, but he did nothing. So, Scholar Pycelle and Scholar Corman were also involved in Duke Arryn's murder. Bronze John frowned. Scholar Corman was the exclusive scholar of House Arryn. He swore to devote all his loyalty to House Arryn. Dany sneered. Pycelle was once the exclusive scholar of House Targaryen. Nobles can break their oaths, Night Watchers can break their oaths, 7 gods can break their oaths, so naturally, scholars can too. In the past, it was normal for Westeros to break their oaths. At this point, she turned her gaze to the red-bearded Jon and said, I heard that in Robb Stark's will, he casually wrote that he would use a few prisoners to exchange for your freedom from the Night Watchers commander-in-chief. He didn't say it casually. Robb's words were very serious. Also, it wasn't a few prisoners, but a group of prisoners. Jon awkwardly explained. See, this is the true attitude of the nobles towards sacred oaths. Dany looked around at everyone and slowly told a story. There was a young couple. They were very unfilial. They often didn't give their old mother food and often beat and scolded her. Not long after, the poor old mother starved to death. Guess, where did the mother go after she died? The Holy Mother of Mercy took her to heaven to enjoy life, a woman piously said. The Holy Mother will definitely punish that couple and send them to hell, a noble lady beside her said angrily. Dany nodded and said, Miss Farman is right. The old mother went to hell. What? The little girl's red lips parted slightly. Her excited expression froze on her face. She mumbled, Your Majesty, you must have misheard. I just said that the ones who went to hell were that couple. Yes, it's that couple. Dany sighed. This is a cycle. The old mother also had a time when she was young. When she was still a daughter-in-law, she also dealt with her mother like this. Her children watched from the sidelines and learned from her. Then, when she became an old mother, her children became her. Miss Farman was enlightened. She exclaimed, I see. If the king himself treats sacred oaths as child's play, then his subjects will treat oaths of loyalty as child's play too. The king of the north, Robb, first broke the sacred marriage contract and set a price for the oaths of the Night Watchers. Then, Walter Frye and Roose Bolton can also set a price for their loyalty. In the end, everyone will lose respect for oaths. This kind of world is too scary. Everyone in the hall, be it nobles or commoners, was shocked and deeply moved. Especially the few Stark, whose expressions were especially complicated. All this time, their hearts were filled with resentment. They resented Walter Frey's breaking of the oath and Roose Bolton's betrayal. They felt that they were innocent victims and that even the gods should shed tears for the Red Wedding. But now, Robert Arryn was also killed by Scholar Common, Bran suddenly said amidst the silence. What? Sansa and Bronze John exclaimed together. Why would he do that? What good would it do to murder Robert Arryn? Who would benefit from it? No one would benefit from it. It doesn't make sense, the dwarf said in disbelief. Littlefinger wanted Robert to die slowly in a normal way. Bran said. But Littlefinger died a long time ago, Bronze John reminded. Bran said, Robert had epilepsy. Littlefinger often asked Common to give him sweet sleep flower. A small amount of sweet sleep flower can suppress epilepsy, but in excess, it's a lethal poison that kills without leaving a trace. So, sweet sleep flower is not suitable for Robert, who often has epilepsy. Just like how he treated Duke John Arryn, Scholar Common knew the consequences of doing this, but he still did it. It wasn't that Scholar Common was loyal to someone, worked for someone, or wanted something. He was just weak and heartless. He didn't have much loyalty to Arryn. Aaron had lost his heir, but it didn't affect his life at all. No matter who became the ruler of the Eagle Nest, he would still be the first scholar of the valley. The system of scholars has really collapsed, laughing Baylor said with a sigh. All systems built on oaths and trust will collapse when trust is broken, Tyrion said with a complicated expression. After that, they ended the assassination of Bran, Robert's death, Ide's death, Langley's death, and a series of other cases. They perfectly recreated the process of Langley's death and explained the shadow binding knight's shadow wizard technique. The crowd was shocked. The Onion Knight woke up from his sleep, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him. Then, he fell limp on the chair, as if his spine had been removed. His eyes were filled with despair and grief. In the end, the mystery that had troubled the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms for many years was easily solved by the three-eyed crow. The expressions of the people in the hall changed as they looked at the crow. They went from bewilderment, to amazement, to shock, and in the end, to fear. They wanted to ask what role the three-eyed crow played in these matters, but they didn't dare to open their mouths. A monster like the three-eyed crow shouldn't even exist in this world. They didn't communicate with each other, but they all had the same thought. The meeting lasted from 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. The Dragon Queen announced the end of the meeting. They would rest for 2 hours before passing the final judgment on Arya. Do you want Arya to die, or do you want to sacrifice yourself to help her? Sansa shouted again. She was like an angry hen spreading her wings to protect her chicks, while the raven became an evil eagle preying on chicks. Revenge for our father, for Robb, for our mother, and for our family is the responsibility of all Stark. Arya did what we should do, and we cannot put the blame on her alone. In fact, I don't think she is guilty at all. If I had her ability, I would have killed Freyr and Lannister's entire family. Don't say I'm cruel. Freyr and Lannister wanted to kill my entire family. If they can do it, why can't we do the same? Sansa said. Why don't you say this to everyone in the hall later? Bran said calmly. I'm not stupid. If I really say it, won't the people of the West hate Stark for 10,000 years? Sansa said coldly. If Stark could live for 10,000 years, that would be the case. Jon complained in his heart. If you're not stupid, are you saying that Tyrion and Jaime are stupid? Dany and Rhys are stupid? The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms are stupid? Bran mocked. You're the one who's stupid if you can't think deeper. Sansa's face reddened. She said angrily, what do you mean deeper? Bran looked at Jon. He sighed with an awkward expression. The human heart is fickle. Even the gods can't convince everyone. The great trial this time isn't to resolve everyone's resentment. It's to establish rules and laws again. Violations will be punished. Violations will be punished. Just like now, Sansa. You're not convinced, but you'll admit that the previous judgments were fair. The laws have been established, and all cases caused by conflicts and grievances will be judged according to the laws. After today, whether you're convinced or not, you'll have a new respect for the laws. So, Arya must be punished to correct the laws. According to the laws, killing women and children is a crime. Freyr and Lannister did it. They committed a crime, but that doesn't mean that Stark, the victim, is immune. Sansa, you took down River Rapture City, hanged many Freyr, and fed their corpses to the dragons, but Dany, Rhys, and the other nobles didn't say anything. At least you didn't hurt the innocent when you took revenge, but Arya has to take responsibility for the fall of the Western Territory. After thinking for a long time, Sansa accepted Jon's explanation and sighed. I hope our plan to save Arya will be accepted by Dany, Rhys, and the others. Don't worry, they'll accept it. It's also a tradition, Jon comforted her. What about you? Sansa turned to the big crow and asked with an awkward expression, Bran, what's your plan? Don't worry, I can protect myself, Bran said. Don't forget, you have a son and a wife. The more you care about, the easier it is for you to be hurt, Sansa said. Yes, Bran's cheap son, Eddard Stark, was born. It's because I'm worried about them that I decided to reveal my identity and abilities to the world today. No matter what, I have to protect them, Bran said with a sigh. I'm afraid you won't be able to intimidate people with evil intentions. Instead, you'll make more people hostile to you. You should understand that, Sansa said. The big crow nodded. Don't worry, I have plans. You'll understand when the trial is over. Sansa knew he didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask. Instead, she changed the topic to Jon. Jon, you need a wife. Jon said awkwardly, I have Ygritte and Whale. They're savages. They can be lovers and give birth to children for you, but you need a wife of equal status, Sansa said seriously. It's not the first time Stark married a freedman. Don't forget Winter's now Rose, P.S., Jon said stiffly. If it were any other time, I wouldn't object to you marrying Whale or Ygritte. They both love you. Like Stark, they believe in the old gods. They have a strong personality that suits Winterfell. They're not perfect, but they're qualified to be Stark's wives. But the situation is different now. We need to do something through marriage. What is it? I don't want to fight for power. Marriage is useless to me, Jon said with a frown. It's not about fighting for power. Sansa thought for a moment and asked, do you remember Myrcella? She's completely different from Cersei. She's smart, quiet, and elegant. She's a good match. Myrcella. Jon recalled the beautiful girl who sat at the same table as Robb at a banquet in Winterfell. For a moment, Jon was moved by desire. But he quickly shook his head and refused. I understand what you're thinking. You want to resolve the hatred between Stark and Lannister through marriage. But I have my own lover, and marriage will do more harm than good. What do you mean? Sansa asked, puzzled. The alliance between the northern region and the western region may arouse the vigilance of others, which may lead to a new round of power struggle, Jon said. You're giving up eating for fear of choking, Sansa said impatiently. It's already late. How many people are left in the north and how many in the west? Our two families won't be able to recover in a few hundred years. Moreover, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms understand that our marriage is simple. It's to resolve the hatred between our families. Why would they think so much? She looked at Bran and said, what do you think of my suggestion? Bran pondered and said, we can try. Whether it succeeds or not, at least we'll be sending a message of goodwill to Lannister. Thinking of Ygritte, who had followed him all the way to King's Landing, and Whale, who had helped him manage the Winterfell barbarians, Jon felt depressed. He couldn't help but mock, if you really want to resolve the hatred, why don't you marry Tyrion, Sansa? I see that you two are flirting with each other. It's better to be lovers openly than secret lovers. You. Sansa's face turned pale with anger. Don't talk nonsense, Bran scolded. Aunt Lyanna stole Princess Dorne's husband. That's already made son Halberd City bear a grudge against us. Now you want the same thing to happen again and let Stark steal Princess Dorne's fiancé. Moreover, Princess Dorne's fiancé is still a Targaryen prince, even though he's an illegitimate son. Jon and Sansa were embarrassed for a moment. Then, Sansa's face showed a hint of uneasiness. She seemed to have become Aunt Lyanna. No, she was the dwarf's first wife. At least, she used to be. Now, it was Princess Dorne's turn to steal Stark's man. Was this also fate's arrangement? Sansa was conflicted. Why don't Sansa marry Jaime? Jon suggested again, Jaime's martial arts are brilliant, he's handsome, and he's very loyal. Now, he's even been personally recognized by the Dragon Queen as the Grey-Robed Iron Guard. Sansa was still in a daze when the big crow nodded and said, "That's fine. The effect of Sansa and Jaime's marriage is better than Jon and Myrcella's marriage." Sansa subconsciously wanted to object, but when she opened her mouth, she suddenly realized that she couldn't find a reason to refute. Whether it was for Stark or herself, a marriage with Jaime seemed to be very beneficial. Jaime was different from Tyrion. He wasn't a Targaryen and didn't have any legal right to inherit the Iron Throne. More importantly, Jaime was indifferent to fame and fortune. He wasn't interested in the Iron Throne or power. The dwarf was the exact opposite. The dwarf was the same kind of person as her. Sansa fell silent. Chapter 928. Bran, you know everything that happens in the Westeros, don't you? Just as they were about to leave the lounge and return to the main hall to continue the Great Judgment, Jon, who had already stood up, stopped in his tracks and looked hesitantly at the big raven. Bran seemed to have sensed something. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What do you want to know?" Who is my mother?" Jon was hesitant at first, but when he asked the question, he could not control his excitement. "When I left Winterfell for the Great Wall, my father told me that he would tell me everything the next time we met. I hoped that one day I could see my father in Dark Castle, but all I got was bad news." Jon's eyes reddened. "You are Stark, our brother." "That is certain," Bran said. Sansa smiled and comforted him. "You don't know. When I was young, I always thought that you and Arya were my father's children because we don't look like him." Jon stroked his bearded, horse-like face and couldn't help but grin. He always knew that Lady Catelyn did not like him because he looked too much like his father. Robb had inherited more of the Tully family's characteristics. "I still want to know my mother's identity, even if she is a prostitute," Jon said with difficulty. "I want to know where she is now and if she is doing well." "She is dead." Bran sighed and said bitterly, "Your mother died in childbirth when you were born. She loved you very much. She was not a prostitute. She was as noble as any woman in the Seven Kingdoms." "Ah!" Jon and Sansa exclaimed at the same time. "Is Jon's mother really Ashera Dane?" Sansa quickly shook her head. "Ashera is the Archbishop of Meereen. She is not dead." "Who is my mother?" Jon asked in a trembling voice. "I think you're living a good life now." Knowing about the past will affect. Before Bran could finish, Jon waved his hand excitedly and interrupted him. "Bran, I'm not doing well right now. I've been troubled by this problem for almost 20 years. There's a huge hole in my heart that's waiting for it to fill." The hesitation in the big crow's eyes disappeared bit by bit. He sighed and said, "You are Dany Alice's real nephew." "What? I'm Aegon." Jon was stunned. "Bran, are you dumb? Jon is Stark, how could he be?" Sansa's expression suddenly froze and she muttered, "So that's why. Jon is Liga and Aunt Lyanna's child. No wonder father has been keeping this a secret. And my mother is Lyanna." Jon was in a daze. His thoughts were in a mess. The big crow glanced at his eldest sister and said, "It's hard to imagine when things are not explained. But once the mystery is revealed, everything is so natural, right?" Sansa and Jon were both in shock and did not answer him. "I'm Liga and Lyanna's son. I'm Targaryen." Jon fell back into the chair and mumbled with his head in his hands. "You're Stark, our brother," Bran said. After her expression changed, Sansa asked with a hoarse voice, "Does Dany Alice know Jon's identity?" The big crow looked at her deeply and said, "She may or may not know." "Then does she know or not?" "What do you think?" Sansa asked. "She probably doesn't know. Just like many people, she won't suspect Jon's identity subconsciously. But with her intelligence, if she really has a feeling, she might be suspicious," Bran said. "Feeling? What feeling? Sansa was puzzled. Ask Jon if he has an inexplicable sense of closeness to Dany, Alice and Tyrion. My mind is in a mess. I don't know. Jon shook his head. Then no. Jon doesn't have any Targaryen characteristics. Instead, he's a pure Stark, Sansa hurriedly said. Can I still be Stark? Jon smiled bitterly and looked at the big crow. Why don't you be the Duke of the Northern Territory, Bran? Father. Father's title should be inherited by you. After Robb, you're the first in line, and then there's Rickon. Bran said sincerely, don't be silly. My identity and abilities have been exposed. How can I be the Duke of the Northern Territory? And your identity is no secret to me. I've never thought of taking Winterfell from your hands. Because you're our brother. Unless you despise Stark's identity and think that Targaryen is nobler and want a better future. No, why would I despise it? Jon waved his hand. Although Bran was telling the truth, Targaryen was nobler and had a better future. He didn't despise the identity of the Duke of the Northern Territory. Becoming the Duke of the Northern Territory was his childhood dream. Although it was quickly shattered by the cruel reality. He hesitated and said, Rickon, in the Westeros, there was no edict of favor. Being the second son was very miserable. There was no right to inherit. It was even worse than being a productive knight. A productive knight would at least have a piece of land and a small castle. Blyndon's grandfather intends to let Rickon inherit Riverrun City, Sansa said hesitantly. Tully's title as the Duke of Hajien was abolished by the Iron Throne. Dany Alice can't help Tully take back the title. But Riverrun City was built by the Tully ancestors. She can protect the legal rights of the Tully family. Therefore, Rickon will at least be the Earl of Riverrun City in the future. If the King of the Seven Kingdoms bestowed the title, he might even return it to Tully. What about you? Jon said worriedly, you're a woman with a child. It's too hard for you to work alone. Why don't you come back and inherit Winterfell? She might not like Winterfell. Bran mocked and said angrily, Jon, whether you're father's son or not doesn't affect what you have now. Winterfell, your family, it's all yours. It won't change. Sansa's face turned green and red. She glared at the crow and said, don't be conflicted, Jon. Whether I'm father's illegitimate son or Aunt Lyanna's son, it doesn't make much of a difference to me. Jon was so touched that his eyes turned red. He nodded and didn't refuse. When the crow left and the two of them left the guest room, Sansa paused and said softly, Jon, do you want the Iron Throne? Seeing the desire in his sister's eyes, he smiled bitterly and said, Sansa, I swear to father that I'll never be an obstacle to your pursuit of the Iron Throne. Sansa's face turned red, and she explained awkwardly, that day in Winterfell, the night I met Bran for the first time, I told you my attitude toward the Iron Throne. I desire the Iron Throne, but I'm not crazy about it. It was like walking along a river, and there were a few lambs floating down from upstream. There were lambs with Iron Throne, 7 dukes, ordinary nobles, and honest millionaires. I don't want to hide my desires from my family. I just want a better life. If I can get it, I'll fish up the Iron Throne sheep. If I can't, I'll switch to other sheep before my shoes get wet. I just want to fish up sheep. I don't want to fall into the river and become a Sansa sheep for the tourists to fish up. After pausing for a moment, she continued with some reluctance, if you come to the riverside now and reach out your pole for the Iron Throne sheep, I'll change my target. If you're not interested, I'll continue fishing for the Iron Throne sheep. He wasn't sure if Sansa was telling the truth, but her meaning was very clear. Jon completely understood. Sansa, you can continue to fish up the Iron Throne sheep. I won't fight with you, he said with a helpless expression. Don't force yourself. If you sit on the Iron Throne, I'll be happy too, Sansa said reluctantly. I'm not forcing myself. I'm completely sincere, Jon said sincerely. Then, Sansa's eyes flashed with excitement. She begged, "Can you not reveal your identity to the public?" Jon's body stiffened. In a daze, he seemed to hear another beautiful woman begging him not to do it. Shaking his head, Jon dispelled the chaotic thoughts that flashed through his mind. He solemnly swore, "Sansa, don't worry. I won't tell anyone." Understanding my background only made me cherish my current life even more, and I cherish my family even more. I'm your brother. I'll protect you and help you achieve your goals. I won't bring you any trouble. Thank you, Jon. Sansa was touched. She gave her brother a blissful smile. Chapter 929. When they returned from the intermission, Dany immediately noticed Jon's abnormality. From time to time, he would look at her with an intimacy that gave her goosebumps. When she looked back at him, he would give her a shy, fawning, husky smile. Dany did not think that he would fall in love with her after a few hours of rest. So, what caused him to change in such a short time? My original target was not Lannister of Casterly Rock. Arya's confession interrupted Dragon Queen's thoughts. From the beginning, I planned to use the Rat Chef's method to punish Wade Fry for violating the guest's rights. But before I could get close to Riverrun, he moved his family to Casterly Rock. Outside Casterly Rock, I caught up with the Fry family. I replaced one of Wade Frey's attendants with the Faceless method and followed him into Casterly Rock. First, I cooked one of Wade's sons and watched him drink Fry soup and eat Fry pie. 7 gods ugh. There were gasps and loud retching sounds in the hall. They had just eaten meat pie and drank broth during the intermission, so when they heard Fry soup and Fry pie, it was as if they had become Wade Fry who had eaten his son's flesh. Dragon Queen wrinkled her nose and summoned 2 wind elves to block out the sour smell. Count Mandler has already cooked 2 Freys and made them into Fry pie for Roose Bolton and the rebellious lords in the north. Didn't you know? She asked. Her words caused another commotion in the crowd. Mother of God, there have already been 2 Fry pie. It seems that there was such a thing. When Stark conquered Winterfell last year, he caught a few Freys and Count Mandler revealed the secret in public. Mother of God, these northerners are too cruel. Poor thing, all 3 of his sons have become Freys. Old Wade seems even more pitiful than the Undul King in the Rat Chef's story. I know. Arya nodded numbly. But Wade Fry is the culprit. He must be punished. If you didn't want to deal with Lannister, why did you attack Lannister of Casterly Rock City? Jaime asked in a low voice. Not all the Freys were involved in the bloody wedding. My target was only Walter Fry and his son. The other Freys were similar to my feelings for Lannister. They were dispensable. They would not deliberately target them, nor would they deliberately avoid them. If Wald Fry had been alone, I would not have poisoned him. In fact, when old Wade ate his pie, I killed him that night and made a pot of Wade's soup out of his flesh. The next night everyone at the party drank Wade's soup. 7 deities, the first female devil in the Westeros in the last 12,000 years. Bloodseeker, you live up to your name. I feel a little sorry for Fry. The hall was filled with screams again. Arya's gray eyes were emotionless. She scanned the hall indifferently. Wherever she went, everyone held their breaths and lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at the Devil Queen. After killing old Wade, my target was only his hundreds of descendants. Their hands were stained with the blood of my mother and brother. So, I had to kill them all. With so many people, I could not use a knife like I did to Wald Fry. Poisoning was my only choice. Although 874 of them died, my target was only 189 male free heirs. The rest were all collateral damage, but I don't care. Mother of God. Tyrion groaned. We should have stopped Fry from entering Casterly Rock City. How could you kill so many innocent people? Jaime said with red eyes. Arya's cold gray eyes met his blue eyes that were filled with grief and accusation. She said clearly, in King's Landing, in front of the great cathedral, I saw with my own eyes that my father's head was chopped off by Joffrey. On the road to Hajien, I saw with my own eyes that the lion killed many of my friends. In Ruanha City, on that nightmarish night, I saw with my own eyes that the soldiers of the Northern Territory were slaughtered. I saw with my own eyes that the Freys chopped off Robb's head and then sewed the direwolf's head on his neck. They even put him on the back of a horse and led him in circles while they cheered and played. They used the vilest words to insult my brother, my mother, Stark and the Northerners. I saw it all with my own eyes, and you ask me how I could do it. From the moment I decided to take revenge, I had the resolve to drag my enemies down to hell with me. Not to mention that Lannister and Fry are my enemies. Even if it were a normal person, I wouldn't hesitate to kill them if they got in my way of avenging my family. Arya said resolutely. You were there that day? Jaime asked with a trembling voice, his face pale. Arya said coldly, I was there when the White Knight led the Golden Robes into the Tower of the Hand and killed the Northerners' guards, maids, and wet nurses. I was there when Island Pine cut off my father's head. I could even smell the warm blood spurting from my father's neck. On the night of the Red Wedding, the Hound took me to River Delta. He wanted to find my brother and use me as a ransom, but I ended up in hell. I was in hell that night, because the mortal world shouldn't have such a terrible scene. I was only a few steps away from Robb. I saw him in his new robes. I saw the grey direwolf emblem on his robes dyed red with blood. His blood mixed with grey winds and spilled everywhere. In the end, they even urinated on his corpse. As they urinated, they insulted my mother with obscene words. I was so helpless then, like a maggot, writhing in the Hound's arms. I cried, and he hit me. I wanted to fight those demons, but he kept hitting me. All I could do was cry. For revenge, I went to Braavos alone and joined the House of Black and White. I was only 9 years old that year. That year, I lost my identity as Arya Stark. I was the lowliest servant in Braavos. Dr. Wargrave's plays about the faceless were all correct. You've all seen the life I led in the plays. I stayed in Braavos for 4 years. It was the desire for revenge that got me to where I am today. In my heart, there's always been a notebook filled with the names of my enemies. In order not to forget them, every night before I go to sleep, I recall their faces and evil deeds. I recite their names. Sir Gregor, Dunson, Sweetmouth, Raff, Sir Islan, Sir Meryn, Queen Mother Cersei, Joffrey, Valor Morgulus, Valor Morgulus, Valor Morgulus. She closed her eyes, just like she had done countless times before she went to sleep. As she chanted Valor Morgulus over and over again, a chilling yin energy seemed to rise in the hall. It wasn't an illusion. As the murderous intent rose in her heart, Arya unconsciously activated the Death God meditation technique. The power of death and ice surged like a tide, and the hall was almost dragged into a world of death. Dany's eyes flashed. She secretly used the stranger's power, and the hall returned to normal. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. They only felt that Arya's aura was strange and eerie, but they were confused by the changes just now. They thought they were hallucinating. After waiting for so many years, finally, the chance for revenge is right in front of me. If you were me, would you be able to do it? She stared at Jaime and questioned him coldly. Jaime closed his eyes, as if his bones had been sucked out. He slumped weakly on the chair. At this moment, he only felt pain, and there was no longer any trace of hatred. The child was right. She had seen her father, brother, and mother die in the cruelest way. No one would hesitate when faced with an opportunity for revenge. Besides, Fry and Lannister were her enemies to begin with. Tyrion's expression was solemn. He had nothing to say. Jon's eyes were filled with pain and pity. He wanted to say something but stopped. Words of comfort were too shallow. He even started to blame himself for not being able to protect his sister and letting her go through such a terrible experience. Sansa covered her mouth and wept silently. When the others in the hall looked at the stupefied Arya again, there was no more hatred and fear in their eyes. Instead, there was more sincere sympathy and respect. If they were in Arya's shoes, they would not hesitate when the chance for revenge came if they saw their family being tortured and killed one after another. Or rather, they would not think that Lannister and Frey were innocent at all. They would kill their enemies, men, women, old, and young, without leaving a single one alive. Even Dany was deeply shocked. She had always seen Arya as a bloodthirsty child who killed mercilessly wherever she went. She had never considered the impact of the outside world on her. As Arya said herself, when she was 9 years old, she stood in the crowd and watched helplessly as her father was beheaded a few steps away. She could do nothing but cry. She went through a lot of hardships and finally came to River Delta from King's Landing thousands of miles away. King's Landing was thousands of miles away from River Delta, but Arya did not travel in a straight line. Instead, she made a big circle between the rivers. When she was hoping to hug her mother and brothers for comfort, the greatest tragedy happened to her. The Red Wedding took place in front of her eyes. She watched helplessly as the wolf's head was sewn on her brother's body. That was why she longed for power. She went to Braavos. When she had power, no one could stop the return of the goddess of vengeance. Speaking of which, Arya was the most affectionate and righteous of the wandering Power Rangers. Why did she put Hound on Arya's blood list? Because Hound killed Butcher's underling, Michael. At the Ruby Beach, she had a duel with Michael with wooden swords. Emperor Joe had a chance encounter. Why was Arcane Mountain on the blood list? It was not because Arcane Mountain did anything to her or Stark. It was because of Arcane Mountain's atrocities in Helen Castle. They burned, killed, and looted. Who was that sweet-mouth Raph? He killed Arya's little friend, Milo. Wave Crow Yuluin was recruiting night watchers in King's Landing. Arya disguised herself as a boy and hid in the team. Milo was a member of the Night Watchers. There was also the White Knight, Sir Marlon. He killed Arya's dance teacher. The chief swordsman of the Sea King who taught her the water dancer. There were many more. They were listed with Ide's murderer. Arya remembered them well. It showed that she was indeed a vengeful person. It also showed that she was a loyal person. Looking at the whole book of the Song of Ice and Fire, only she, Dany, and Rhys had taken revenge for the ordinary people at the bottom. Of course, Arya's loyalty could not deny the fact that she was a blood child. Many times, she would kill people for small things. For example, people threatened her, scolded her, beat her, or robbed her. In general, Arya was a chivalrous person. She did things based on loyalty. If she was not happy, she would kill. She would kill one person in 10 steps and would not leave anyone behind. Sigh, tell me, how should we punish her? Sir Jaime, Tyrion, you are involved. You go first. After a long silence, Dany sighed. Your Majesty, you decide. I will accept whatever the result is. Jaime's expression was dejected. There was no hatred or relief in his eyes. There was only endless desolation. I think. The dwarf's eyebrows seemed to be twisted into a fried dough twist. Arya has a good reason for revenge. But so many people died in Casterly Rock. I can't accept her being acquitted. What do the Freys think? Dany looked at the Freys. Chapter 930. No matter what the Freys did at the Red Wedding, they were one of the victims. Today, 3 Freys had come to attend Arya's trial. Marya Dane, Arielle Frey, and Mare the Frey, mother and daughter. Clearly, this was the result of the Dragon Queen's careful selection. Maria Dane was William Dane's sister. Fat Veda, whom Roose Bolton had once considered a lifesaver, was her second daughter. More than 800 people had died in Casterly Rock. Most of the Frey's wives and daughters had died as well, but Maria was an exception. It wasn't that she was lucky, but that she had been very unlucky in her early years. Her husband, Mary Fry, had been hanged by Madame Stoneheart a few years ago. Without her husband, she had a hard time living in the crowded river delta, so she took her daughters back to her parents' home. Misfortune was a blessing in disguise, and a blessing in disguise. For the past 3 years, she and her 2 daughters had been living in Derry City, which had allowed them to avoid River Delta and Casterly Rock. Well, after the Derry family's male heirs had been killed by the Demon Mountain, the first daughter of the Derry family had become the heir. Lannister had also taken a fancy to Derry City, and the one-armed hero, Lannister, had become the rightful Earl of Derry City. In order to justify it, Lannister had married Maria's eldest daughter, Arielle, who was known as Ollie the Gatekeeper. Lannister had cuckolded Jaime, and fate had punished him. His wife was called Ollie the Gatekeeper because she was promiscuous and would open the gates for every knight who approached. When Ollie was 14, she had been caught fooling around with 3 grooms in River Delta. Later, her parents had no choice but to marry her off to a lowly knight. When her husband died in the War of the Four Kings, Ollie was lucky enough to become the first heir to Derry City. She was the eldest daughter, and Lannister had come to take over. It was no exaggeration to say that Ollie was the most promiscuous woman in the game. Lannister had come to King's Landing to become a monk mostly because his wife was fooling around, and she disliked him for not being able to fool around. It was said that all the men in Derry City who were second in rank had knocked on Ollie's door. Once, when Jaime passed by Dai Ruicheng, the concierge, Ollie, seduced him in front of her husband. The scene was extremely awkward. As soon as Jaime left, Lancel went to the great cathedral. However, the Dragon Queen couldn't stand Ollie using the Derry family's name to become the best product in the 7 kingdoms. She stripped Ollie of her title in Dai Rui City, but helped her obtain the right to inherit One River City. Ollie was Old Wade's granddaughter and was qualified to inherit the Fry family's title and territory. As William Derry's niece, the Dragon Queen would protect her and ensure that she could live a free life. However, she could only wander around as Fry. Even if she became the most promiscuous lady in the history of Westeros, Frey's name would go down in history, and it would have nothing to do with Derry. Regarding this, Ollie was overjoyed. She was so grateful that she cried out loudly, "Dragon Queen's gift!" One River City, known as the first city in Hejian County, was exchanged for the old and dilapidated Dai Rui City, which couldn't even be found on the map. Only a fool wouldn't make the exchange. Well, the first city in Hejian County wasn't Rapid City. In the early days, it was Haluan Castle, and later it was Ruan River City. Ruan River City spanned both sides of the river and was much more magnificent than Rapid City. Ruan River City also had the only stone bridge on the Trident River. Just by relying on the bridge tax, the Fry family became the most famous nouveau riche in the 7 kingdoms. However, Dai Rui City was very small and dilapidated. However, the concierge, Ali, definitely didn't know about the Dragon Queen's plans for Dai Rui City. Otherwise, she wouldn't make the exchange even if she was beaten to death. As for the current Dai Rui City, Maria Derry was only 36 years old. Dany was looking for a husband for her. She wanted to find a 24K pure gold bachelor with a good reputation, strong ability, and a wealthy family. Unlike her daughter, Ali, Maria was a typical Derry. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but she was also dignified and elegant. She had a gentle personality and was quite talented. She was probably someone on the same level as Princess Sanshine. She was rich, powerful, beautiful, and elegant. She didn't have to worry about marriage. Actually, Maria had a son, known as Little Wade. He was sent to Winterfell as an adopted son and later died at the hands of Stark. Maria was also quite pitiful. When she was young, 4 of her brothers sacrificed themselves for Targaryen. When she became an adult, because the dairy family declined, she had no choice but to marry Fry. She was extremely disappointed in this marriage. When she reached middle age, first, her only brother and nephew died in the rebellion of the 4 princes. Then, her husband, son, little Wade, sister, also married to Fry and died at the hands of Stark, and daughter, Fat Veda. If Dany hadn't transmigrated, when the long night fell, Dai Rui City would have been taken away. Even if Maria didn't die, her life would be miserable. Now, her luck had changed. She had met the Dragon Queen who wanted to repay her kindness. As long as she could live to 60 years old, she would definitely be able to see the glorious Dai Rui City. She would also be able to be a dignified and powerful matriarch like Old Rose. However, becoming a matriarch was a matter of decades later. Now, she had to cooperate with the Dragon Queen to complete the final trial of Arya. Your Majesty, my opinion is the same as Prince Sion's. Even the gods shouldn't be too harsh on Miss Arya's revenge. I personally admire her determination and courage. But too many people in the Fry family have died. Maria frowned slightly and said cautiously. What about you, Ali Fry? The gatekeeper, Ali, wasn't interested in the trial. She had been flirting with the knights around her with her eyes. Although she didn't inherit her mother's beauty, her nose was too sharp and she didn't have a chin. She had a good figure with long legs and a full chest. Plus, she was 21 years old, the perfect age. Her eyes were flirtatious enough. Many men were willing to interact with her even if they knew her reputation. Now that she heard the Dragon Queen's question, she said without hesitation, Your Majesty, I'll do as you say. On behalf of the Fry family, I'll obey your orders. Dany turned to the next victim, Jenny Westerling. What about you? Rob's wife, Jenny, was also a great beauty. She had chestnut curly hair and a heart-shaped face. She had big brown eyes, a delicate temperament, a beautiful face, a slender body, and an especially voluptuous butt. The owner of Cliff City was surnamed Westerling. The Countess was from the Spazer family, the descendants of a spice merchant and a foreign witch. Rob and Jenny's meeting and love were all arranged by the Countess, Heber Spazer. The funny thing was that Heber and her brother, Rofo Spazer, were undercover by Rob's side. Her eldest son was an upright knight who was completely loyal to the king he swore allegiance to. He jumped into the river and was buried with Rob. In return for betraying Rob, Rofo Spazer became the Count of Castlemaine. Heber's children were married to Lannister. Because of this, Arya only killed Spazer, Heber, and Rofo's family in Cliff City. She did not harm the Westerlings in the city. Jenny, her father, and her younger brother were all alive. After the Battle of Winterfell, as Castlemaine Castle was not repaired and there were no soldiers guarding it, the new Count Rofo brought his family and moved to his brother-in-law's house next door. In fact, before becoming the Count of Castlemaine, Rofo Spazer was the acting mayor of Cliff City. He helped his brother-in-law manage his territory when he was away fighting. The last time Arya slipped down from Cliff City, the rope she used to fall down the battlements was still there and had not been taken away. It was not a mistake. Arya did it on purpose. It was to remind the patrolling soldiers that an assassin had entered their house. Hurry up and clean up the bodies. The whole city should be on alert. Do not let the other ghosts steal the city again. Therefore, even if Dany did not appear, Cliff City would not have fallen suddenly like Casterly Rock. Today, Count Gavin and his eldest daughter Jenny of Cliff City were here. However, only Jenny was the victim's family and sat in the first row. Even though his wife was dead, Count Gavin's opinion was not within the Dragon Queen's consideration. My mother is guilty. My uncle's family is guilty. I am ashamed of their actions. They betrayed Rob. They deserved it. Arya's revenge for her brother and mother was not wrong. I represent the Westeros and Spacer. I completely give up on pursuing her responsibility. At this point, Lady Jenny, who was supposed to be Stark's wife, sobbed and covered her face with her hands. She did not want to represent Westerlings and Spacer at all. She was Robb Stark's legal wife. She was also Stark. However, after what her mother had done, she did not have the face to mention Robb and their marriage. That marriage was legal, and blessed by the 7 gods. However, it was still a shameful conspiracy. Dany sighed and said, "Jenny, your mother's actions brought shame to your family. However, you and your brother's loyalty is enough for Westerlings to face anyone, even Stark." The Starks had complicated expressions. However, they did not comfort Robb's wife like Dany did. This was the first time they met her officially. They were not much different from strangers. However, Robb was their brother for more than 10 years. Now, their brother's reputation was ruined because of a strange woman. How could they not feel the slightest bit of resentment? On the other hand, the nobles in the hall were more objective and rational. They all expressed sympathy for Jenny. We can confirm that only Arya Stark was involved. The other Starks were not involved. All the victims think that Arya's revenge was justified. They also think that she killed too much. The fall of Casterly Rock and Lannister, the death of millions, and the change in the situation of the Westeros resistance against the ghosts. She is directly responsible for it. Therefore, her sins are monstrous. Are there any problems with the above? Dany looked around. No one refuted. Even Jon and Sansa only had worried expressions. For such sins, only death is left. She made the final judgment. Ah! Apart from a few people who cried out in surprise, more than 99% of the people looked relieved. Unexpectedly, the dwarf also cried out, as if he was very surprised by Dany's judgment. "Arya, do you have anything to say?" Dany asked. "Very fair. I have nothing to say." "Then let's do it immediately. We don't have much time. We still have to wake up early tomorrow to fight the ghosts. Arya, choose how you want to die." Dany sighed. Arya glanced at the crow on her shoulder and said hesitantly, "I admit my crimes and accept His Majesty's judgment, but I don't want to die." Chapter 931. You admit your crimes and accept your punishment, but you don't want to die. What do you want to do? Dany asked. Arya smirked. "If it's possible, I'd like to wear a black robe." Everyone looked at each other. Dany smiled. "You wish. Too bad the Great Wall doesn't recruit women. Your Majesty, the Great Wall has a dozen castles. You can choose one of them and set it up as a female battalion. Women should have the chance to wear black if they make a mistake," Arya said. "Your suggestion is good. I'll keep it in mind. But even if the new rule is to be implemented, it has to wait until the Great Wall is repaired and the long night is over. Then the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will sit together and discuss it." Dany shook her head. Arya wanted to say more, but the crow on her shoulder pecked her ear and said, "Your Majesty, Arya can wear the grey robe and swear to join the Sisters of Silence and serve the 7 gods forever." Holy shit! The dwarf slapped his forehead and cursed. I've never seen such a shameless person. A woman joining the Sisters of Silence is no different from a man joining the Night Watch, right? Jaime didn't understand his brother's reaction, but he thought it was reasonable. You don't understand. This is surrender, offering, and being in the same boat. The dwarf covered his face and groaned. Jaime really didn't understand. Dany looked at Arya strangely. You're willing to join the church? Arya hesitated. She turned to Jon and Sansa. They nodded. I'm willing. Dany asked again, do you know what the Silence Sisters are? Arya thought for a moment and said, the Sisters of Silence are special nuns. They only serve strangers, and they swear to abstain from sex and silence. That's why the Silence Sisters are also known as the Strangers' Wives. They wear grey robes and use a hood to cover their faces, only revealing their eyes. Their daily job is to be a mortician and take care of the bodies. Dany nodded. She scanned the people in the hall and asked, what do you think? In theory, giving up one's worldly identity and status and swearing an oath to join the Sisters of Silence can indeed exempt one from the death penalty. Count Farman slowly said. She can become Nun Silence, just like how a man can become a night watcher after donning the black robe, laughing Baylor said. The Holy Mother is merciful. Repenting her sins to the 7 gods for the rest of her life can also offset her sins. Bronze Yon nodded in agreement. A group of neutral nobles did not object because this was also in line with the traditions of the 7 kingdoms. Joining the Silent Sisters was the only way out for women who were guilty but didn't want to die. Then put on the grey robe and join Sister Silence. Dany couldn't find a reason to object. The expressions of the Stark and the others relaxed, while the dwarf's eyes were filled with resentment. Well, that's all for today. Dany stood up and was about to announce the end of the meeting. Wait. The big crow stopped her and said, Your Majesty, I have 2 more things. What's the matter? Dany sat back down curiously. Your Majesty, Arya has caused great harm to the Western region and the 7 kingdoms. Punishment is necessary, but more importantly, compensation is needed. Dany was even more surprised. How do you plan to compensate the 7 kingdoms and the Western region? Stark is willing to provide 500,000 tons of food to relieve the refugees of the 7 kingdoms and the Western region. Bran threw out a sudden thunder. Sansa and Jon were the first to change their expressions. When the nobles and commoners in the hall came back to their senses, they shouted in disbelief. 7 gods, 500,000 tons, is Stark bragging? Isn't the northern region the poorest duke's family in the 7 kingdoms? During the Battle of Winterfell, they even asked the nobles of the 7 kingdoms to provide supplies and knights. Don't forget Sansa Stark. I heard that she hid more than 300,000 tons of food on Tass Island. Actually, it was 500,000 tons, but 200,000 tons were given to Aunt Dany. That's still not enough. Duke Jon seems to have taken out a loan to buy more than 200,000 tons of food before the long night. SSS, they're going to donate all of it. I remember that she promised to give the King's Landing 100,000 tons of food. Hee, didn't you hear? They're going to relieve the refugees of the 7 kingdoms, including the King's Landing. Even so, they're sincere enough to donate all of their food. Everyone in the hall was in a heated discussion. In the mental dimension that ordinary people couldn't detect, the 3 Starks were also arguing. Bran, you didn't mention this before. Sansa's expression was unpleasant, and she almost flew into a rage. Fortunately, Bran knew his sister well and pulled her mental strength into his mind. Bran, if we give away all our food, what will we eat? Jon was worried. In the past month, 3 million people died in the south of the Neck Marsh. This news spread through Dragonstone Island's Mana Net hub. The nobles of the 7 kingdoms know about it. What do you think they'll think of Stark? Bran said calmly. Not all of them were killed by other ghosts, and Arya has already been punished, Sansa said. It's hard to calm the people. Bran sounded helpless. 3 million people is equivalent to 1/5 of the 7 kingdoms' population. Can you imagine how big of an impact this will have on the people of the 7 kingdoms? The 7 kingdoms have never had such a large number of deaths. 2 years later, the 7 kingdoms will have a large-scale famine, and people will starve to death everywhere. Only Stark will be alive and well. What do you think they'll think? Do they want us to starve to death with them? Sansa said coldly. At least, let the 7 kingdoms think that we're starving like everyone else. How many people are there in Stark and the North? Isn't giving out food to the North a form of relief? Bran said. I have other plans, not just to save the North, Sansa said hesitantly. If the Seven Kingdoms hate Stark, you'll never be the queen, Bran said bluntly. Sansa's embarrassment turned into anger, and she immediately left the Stark chat group. When the discussion in the hall died down, the Big Crow said, Your Majesty, you're still lacking a white knight, right? Dany was stunned. Tyrion's mouth twitched, and he muttered softly, I was wondering why he dared to expose his background to the world. It turns out that he had long since thought of looking for a powerful backer. Being omniscient doesn't mean being omnipotent. Mortals feared but were disrespectful, so they were bound to harbor jealousy and evil intentions. Now, one is omniscient, and the other is omnipotent. The two of them are in cahoots, and in the end, one of them is the strongest. Darkness, the Westeros won't be able to make a name for themselves in the future. What did you say? Jaime, who was beside him, asked in puzzlement. Little Bran is finally going to realize his childhood dream and become a legendary knight like Barristan. Tyrion said in a strange tone. The puzzled people around him immediately understood, and they were shocked. The world has changed. From today onwards, the Dragon Queen, who subdued the three-eyed crow, will be the ruler of the Westeros. She wasn't a queen, she was the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. When the nobles in the hall understood this, they had complicated expressions. They hoped that Tyrion had guessed wrongly, and that Bran didn't want to become the Dragon Queen's White Knight, or that the Dragon Queen would righteously refuse to break away from the scope of mortals and become a lofty ruler that people could only look up to. Dany came back to her senses from her shock, and she looked meaningfully at the Big Crow. She said, I have 6 White Knights now. Sir Barristan, Sir Mormont, Warrior Beworth, Sir Giro Dane, Sir Garth, and my personal secret guard, Dany C. When she said this, even she found it strange. She didn't realize that she hadn't used up all her White Knights, and it seemed like it was destined that the last one would be reserved for a specific person. The Dragon Queen was a woman, and she needed a personal White Knight who could follow her into the bathroom and bedroom. So, she must have a female White Knight. Since old Bart saw Dany C., he had been training her as a reserve White Knight. Later, when he met Brittany, old Bart thought of recruiting her to be the Queen's female knight, because Dany C. was too young. When Brittany was verbally conferred the title of Roseless Iron Guard by the Dragon Queen, old Bart gave up and went back to let Big Bear continue to teach Dany C. 5 years had passed, and the little girl had grown into a 14-year-old girl. Dany C. didn't wear a white robe because she was a secret guard and couldn't be too ostentatious, but in fact, she was a White Knight. In addition to Dany C., there were 2 people who almost became White Knights. One was the Big Crab, Aerys Satyr, and the other was Quentyn Martell. They were all willing to become White Knights and even applied to Dany, but with Jaime's example, she didn't agree rashly. Jaime also applied to the Mad King to wear a white robe. The Mad King gloated and agreed, and then Tywin completely fell out with him. Dragon Queen asked the old crab, and the old crab tactfully said that the Big Crab was the eldest son and had to inherit the family business. How about letting the second son wear a white robe? Dany didn't object, but the little crab didn't want to give up the title and fief. The Dragon Queen promised her vassals that according to their contributions, the second son and the third son could be conferred the title, which meant that one family had multiple titles. Prince Dowlang also rejected the Dragon Queen with a similar reason, because at that time, Quentyn had already become a winged dragon knight and was also the Dragon Queen's right-hand man. She would definitely be given a title and a large fief. Perhaps Quentyn herself felt that being a White Knight was more honorable than being a duke, but as a parent, of course, she wanted her children to start a family and live a normal life. As a result, the Dragon Queen's last White Knight position had been empty all these years. Your Majesty, I'm willing to pledge my life to you, until my death, Bran said solemnly. Have you thought it through? Dany asked even though she already knew the answer. Bran definitely didn't come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. The big crow looked at the tall white knight next to the queen and said in a deep voice, "I've thought it through clearly. Following in Sir Barristan's footsteps has always been my dream." Dany leaned against the back of the chair and pondered. The hall was silent, and the people in the surroundings could even hear the queen's finger tapping on the carved armrest. After a long while, she muttered to herself, "You are the three-eyed crow, and joining the White Knights will have a great impact. I must ask the Holy Mother. Tomorrow morning, I will abstain from food and pray in the great holy hall. Ladies, you can pray with me, and the Holy Mother will probably descend upon the fairy city." After the trial ended, the crowd didn't leave. Instead, they were invited by Count Farman to a large banquet, but the atmosphere wasn't very lively. The ladies were quite happy, and they gathered together and talked about the old case solved by the three-eyed crow today, as well as the Holy Mother's descent tomorrow. The three-eyed crow and Arya were also the focus of the discussion. However, the nobles had a lot on their minds. After the three-eyed crow defected to the Dragon Queen, how will the Seven Kingdoms situation develop? They were all pondering this question, but they didn't dare to discuss it openly. But if he predicted that you would be derelict in your duties, then he might have made some arrangements and forced you to fulfill your responsibilities as the three-eyed crow. In the end, she emphasized, Blinden doesn't have feelings, and he can do anything. You are right. Blinden is the three-eyed crow, and he won't feel pity for me. When the night was about to arrive, the previous generation of three-eyed crows wouldn't allow the next generation of three-eyed crows to lose their omniscient abilities. But in the end, he didn't seem to have any schemes, and he didn't make any arrangements. It was as if he didn't know anything. My mortal heart wasn't satisfied, and I wasn't willing to sacrifice my independent will, so I successfully avoided my responsibilities. Why is that? Bran asked. Maybe there is something wrong with his head. Don't keep me in suspense, and just say what you want to say, Dany said impatiently. It's because he didn't want me to fuse with the Green Prophet's seal. Bran said coldly. What did you say? Are you crazy? Dany glared at him as she shouted. I'm not crazy. On the contrary, I've never been as clear-headed as I am now, so clear-headed that I finally understood the three-eyed crow's true arrangements. What arrangements? Sacrifice everything for the greater picture. Sacrifice myself for the greater picture. Bran couldn't calm down, and he spoke with shock and resentment. He said word by word, the Green Prophet's seal was left for you. Even I was left behind by the three-eyed crow to be your assistant. The three-eyed crow doesn't have any emotions, and it's a cruel and merciless protector. It can sacrifice anyone for the world, and it can even sacrifice itself. After you successfully reversed fate and revealed that you replaced Lalo and saved the world from the long night, the three-eyed crow probably saw a future unknown to me from the river of fate. Then, it decided to make itself a fertilizer that will help you grow. Are you joking? You want to? Before Dany could finish her sentence, she froze. In an instant, Bran transferred 80% of the Green Prophet's seal's fragments to her. I've now fused with 9% of the Green Prophet's seal, and I can barely maintain my ability to enter the River of Time through the trees. As for the remaining Green Prophet's seal, I'll give it to you. From now on, everything belonging to the three-eyed crow will be yours, including the Green Spring and the old god's power of faith. I'm also the Green Prophet, and I'm also the three-eyed crow. Even if I'm still a human, I don't intend to go against my instinct to protect the greater picture. This is my life, the three-eyed crow's life, Bran said with a sigh. This. When Dany got the item, she wasn't pleasantly surprised. The Green Prophet's seal floated in the faith space, and it was like a dazzling green sea of stars. It was beautiful and alluring. However, when Dany saw it, her heart became heavy. The second time, she recalled Uncle Ben's famous words, "With great power comes great responsibility." The first time was when the door god gave her his inheritance, and the great gift forced her to treat ending the long night as her mission. She put down her teacup and said frankly, "I'm under great pressure." Bran heaved a sigh of relief and said frankly, "After hearing what you said, I feel much more relaxed." Dany smiled bitterly and said, "Why didn't Blynden say it directly?" "You should be asking me why I only found out about his arrangements now," Bran said. "Why?" Dany followed his advice. "Because you changed fate. Before that, the river of fate became chaotic, and nothing could be seen clearly. It was like the river that once flowed along the river broke through the dam and flowed on the Great Plains. No one knew its final direction. However, not long after Casterly Rock City fell, I, who had been immersed in the river of time, suddenly saw a glimmer of the dawn of fate." Bran looked at the Dragon Queen and said solemnly, "Above time, a new river of fate is about to take shape. No matter how great the disturbance was, the river will calm down one day." "What does this mean?" Dany was puzzled. "You're right." The big crow nodded, and its tone became strange. "The key is that I was the first to see the dawn of fate, and I was the only one. To the gods, the river of fate is still chaotic, and there are no signs of it being reformed." "You really saw the dawn? Are you hallucinating because you've been too tired recently?" Dany looked doubtful, and asked with concern. "I heard that Eddard Stark was born." Then, Bran's soul followed her everywhere to search for deviant ghosts, and his body had to satisfy his wife. "He must be tired, right?" He was only 13 years old, younger than Arya. He was still a big child. She looked at the big crow with pity in her eyes. Bran felt a little uncomfortable under her strange gaze. He tilted his head and said, "It's not a hallucination. I even saw in the new river of fate." He hesitated and changed his words, "You have the ability to end the long night, and you have the potential to revive the world. You are the child of the world above, the protagonist of this era. The three-eyed crow's existence and operation will change because of you. I agree that your will be the center of the new world. You only need to understand this. Regardless of whether I'm crazy or not, what I'm doing now is not harmful to you." "Is this also the reason why you made Arya the stranger's wife?" Bran said bluntly, "As long as you don't die prematurely and get the three-eyed crow's full support, the seven gods will at least become the new gods of the Westeros. As long as you can sing the complete Song of Fire, the faith of the seven gods will not be a fantasy to unify the whole world. Being the servant of the world's strongest god is at least more promising than being the king of the seven kingdoms." Moreover, she swore in Winterfell that she would join the stranger's divine clan once she became a half-god. Now, she is fulfilling her oath in advance. Very good. This flattery made the Dragon Queen's dragon face very happy. "I agree to take you in as the White Knight. Arya will also be the child of wealth under the stranger." "Oh, no, it should be the Black and White Impermanence." The Dragon Queen made a wish happily. "What are the Black and White Impermanence?" "The Soul Reaper, help me, oh, cough cough, help the stranger collect the undead." Bran frowned and said, "I feel that you should send her to the Barbarian Land." "The Barbarian Land?" Dany narrowed her eyes. "I know that you want to arrange for a believer of the seven gods to go to the Barbarian Land to plunder the divinity." Dany waved her hand and interrupted him stiffly, saying, "You are not qualified to be a White Knight. You don't even know how to speak." The Holy Mother is merciful and arranged for the child of the seven gods to go to the Barbarian Land to save the people from suffering and suffering, Bran said blankly. "Not bad, you have a future." Dany leaned lightly on the soft couch and said thoughtfully, "Your suggestion is not bad. At first, I wanted to let Tyrion go to the Barbarian Land, but he did not agree to it. If the Big Sparrow was still alive, he would be the most suitable. That fellow is loyal to his beliefs, and most importantly, he is flexible and proficient in political tactics. Saint Matthew lacks the ability to adapt and is simple and dull. He can be a role model for the practitioners in the flourishing age, but he is unable to adapt to the complicated situation in the chaotic world. If I let him go to the barbarian land alone, I am afraid that I will lose my only angel. I have been training Matthew these days, and I have also considered arranging for a team of warriors' sons to go with him. Now that I think about it, 3 useful disciples are more useful than thousands of troops. Arya can be counted as one, and the rest. A plan gradually formed in Danny the Buddha's mind. Chapter 933. What plans do you have for the future? On that night, after Danny finished talking with Bran, she was practicing as usual, and Tyrion came to her quietly. What plans? Danny was wearing a loose beige training suit, and her silver hair was draped over her shoulders. She seemed less dignified than she was during the day, and she seemed more charming. However, the dwarf didn't pay attention to the change in his sister's temperament, and he just said anxiously, "The three-eyed crow harbors evil intentions. Now, everyone knows that he has omniscient abilities, and he can observe the timeline and control the Westeros's fate. Everyone is jealous and fearful of him. You should know that humans can do anything when they are fearful." So? Danny asked calmly. You are right. The three-eyed crow shouldn't exist in this world, Tyrion said cautiously. You are really daring. Just because some things aren't mentioned doesn't mean that people won't think about them. Tyrion looked around warily and said loudly, since I mentioned it, it means that I'm magnanimous, and I don't harbor any evil intentions. I'm just discussing this matter with the goal of finding a better future for the 7 kingdoms. You can set your mind at ease. As long as you don't curse the 7 gods, no one will be able to spy on you. Danny smiled mockingly. Oh, that's good. You really scared me to death. The dwarf heaved a sigh of relief and said, I don't even dare to speak. Look. As long as the three-eyed crow still exists, the 7 kingdoms people will have to live in fear, and the whole world will be gloomy. The three-eyed crow needs to exist. It doesn't have any selfish motives, and it has been using a method that certain wise mortals don't like, which is controlling fate to protect the world. Danny spoke calmly. You didn't say that before. You are certain wise mortals. Tyrion opened his eyes wide. Did your will get distorted again? Danny cast him a sidelong glance and handed him a basket full of disdain. I'm still wise, but I'm no longer a mortal. The three-eyed crow, which isn't under my control, shouldn't exist. But, time has changed, don't you understand this principle? Tyrion looked at the Dragon Queen in horror and said through gritted teeth, the dragon slayer of the past has become an evil dragon. I am the mother of dragons, Danny said calmly. You are overthinking this. A mortal like you isn't qualified to attract the three-eyed crow's attention. All of a sudden, a familiar voice transmitted from the fireplace, and it made the dwarf wet his pants. Bran? The 7 levels of hell. The dwarf raised his head in horror and saw a large red-eyed black crow standing on the obsidian wall. Because there were only ashes left in the fireplace, and there was only one lantern that Tyrion had brought in the room seemed especially dark, and the stone carvings on the walls were the same color as the crow feathers. When the big crow didn't open its eyes, it was almost one with the environment. The dwarf had already cautiously looked left and right, but he still ignored it. The dwarf clamped his pants tightly and shouted with a distorted face, Didn't you say that no one could detect it except the 7 gods? She didn't lie. As long as she wanted to, no one could eavesdrop on her conversation. But, I didn't eavesdrop, and I stood here openly, the large black crow said. You heard everything? The dwarf asked dejectedly. I don't need to hear it. I know what you are thinking with just one look. If I want to, I can clearly see what you will do and say in the timeline. At that time, you won't even know what you will say or do, Bran said calmly. Damn it. The dwarf was flustered and exasperated, and he decided to throw caution to the wind. He shouted, "This is the reason why we can't tolerate you." "I know," Bran said softly. "You know, but you don't care." Tyrion calmed down. Did you know that the three-eyed crow's inheritance has been passed down for several million years? Bran sighed and said in an ancient tone, the human race's short 10,000 years of history is less than 1% of the three-eyed crow's existence. Before the human race, all living beings in the Westeros, such as the forest's children, giants, and strange creatures, knew about the three-eyed crow's existence. They all worshipped it and respected it as a god. All living beings in the world knew the significance of the three-eyed crow's existence, and they all sincerely praised it. They even hoped that their will to protect the Westeros would be integrated into the Green Prophet's seal. It was because of this that the three-eyed crow became the Westeros god. The three-eyed crow became the Westeros god, but it wasn't because we called ourselves the Westeros guardian god, but because the Westeros and Westeros living beings chose us. Actually, when one heard the name, Green Prophet, one should understand the Green Prophet's status among all races. But, everything changed after the human race entered the Westeros. The forest's children were people who sang praises to the earth, and their love for the world surpassed their own. It was because of this that an existence like the three-eyed crow appeared. But, the human race loved itself more than anything else. Now, you don't know what the Green Prophet is, and what the three-eyed crow is. But, in the past 12,000 years, our existence wasn't a secret to all races, including the newly arrived human race. The human race's reverence for the Green Prophet originated from their fear, and such a state wouldn't last for long. Because of this, after the Undulls invaded, the illusory seven gods quickly replaced the old gods. Tyrion said slowly, the human race had reason to fear the Green Prophet. The three-eyed crow didn't care about the human race's attitude toward it, but it was willing to sacrifice everything for the Westeros. This was because the three-eyed crow's essence was the combination of all the Green Prophet's will to protect the world. Its existence was to protect the Westeros. When reality proved that the world would be better without the three-eyed crow, it chose to destroy itself without hesitation, Bran said bitterly. Destroy itself? Tyrion was startled. From today onwards, there won't be any more three-eyed crows, and I'll be the last one, Bran said sadly. Tyrion cast a glance at the Dragon Queen and muttered, why are you so resolute? Maybe. I just wanted the three-eyed crow to announce its crimes, and if it did, it would be judged and its actions would be restricted in the future. Don't you understand? The three-eyed crow is a will, and it doesn't have any emotions or fear. It will only do what is within its power and will benefit the world. If you judge it, it doesn't care, and it will still do what it should do in the future. It doesn't even care about its own existence and death, so why should it care about the human race's likes and dislikes? So, when there's a will that's as strong as it, one of them must disappear. Now, that will has appeared. She's the child of the world, and her significance to the world far exceeds that of the three-eyed crow, who can only abide by the rules. The three-eyed crow also wanted to make progress, but its ability was just there. Bran emphasized in a deep voice, in the end, the three-eyed crow chose to give the world a better place, and the Westeros changed their world. You? Tyrion looked at the Dragon Queen and spoke bitterly. Dany nodded slightly. As a Targaryen, do you feel proud? No, I'm afraid. The dwarf hugged his head, and he was even more despairing than before. I'd rather the three-eyed crow continue to be the Westeros world. At least it doesn't have any emotions, and it won't target anyone. But you do, and you will. Fool, you're my family, and I'll treat you well, Dany said with a gentle smile. Tyrion shivered. If I leave the Westeros, I'll be able to avoid the three-eyed crow, right? Maybe after the long night, I should go back to my fief, Jean Island. I love Slave Bay. The scenery there is great, and there's also the Red Saintess and Free Maiden. I love freedom. Bran shook his head and said, if she can only stay in the Westeros, then she can't be considered the child of the world, and it's impossible for her to make the three-eyed crow abdicate. The dwarf had a bad guess in his heart, and he said in a trembling voice, could it be that she can still control the world? As long as she can stop the world from falling, she'll be the world's sky. If she can lead the world to rise, then she'll be equal to the world, Bran said. Tyrion felt dizzy, and his vision blurred. He felt like his future was bleak, and an illusion appeared before his eyes. 5 colored evil dragons surrounded the world, and the world was as small as a soybean in front of the demonic dragon. Then, the dragon queen stood on the black dragon's head, and strong winds blew around her. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds covered the sky. Her sinister laughter echoed throughout the world. That kind of future is too dark and suffocating, he said in fright. The world will rise, and the eternal summer will be here forever. Humans won't have to worry about the dark and cold eternal night. That kind of future should be bright and desirable, Bran said. Do you believe what you just said? Tyrion mocked him. The big crow shook his head. In the three-eyed crow's eyes, that's the most beautiful world. In my opinion, it's indeed a bit depressing. But it can't be helped, as we live in the world, and the world doesn't exist because of us. The big crow's red eyes turned toward the dragon queen. The world exists because of her. Dany sneered and said, if you have the energy to worry about the future, then it's better to take care of the present. The eternal night hasn't even ended yet. Tyrion slapped his forehead, and he remembered the purpose of his trip. He said, the nobles are afraid of the three-eyed crow, and now that Bran has become your white knight, their fear of him will be transferred to you. What plans do you have for the future? I will kill deviant ghosts and train hard at the same time, Dany said matter-of-factly. Tyrion thought for a moment and changed his tone. Do you know something? Today, many nobles seem calm on the surface, but they all have an impulse in their hearts. They want to question the three-eyed crow. How much has he interfered with their fates in the past years? They even suspect that the three-eyed crow is related to the many things that happened in the Seven Kingdoms. But they all play dumb, and they don't dare to ask him. A mortal trying a god. Bran mocked him. If the dragon queen wasn't here, the three-eyed crow wouldn't even give them a fart. It's just like how a mortal doesn't care about an ant's will. Aren't you a mortal? Bran sighed and said, I'm a mortal, but the three-eyed crow isn't. Today, everyone condemned Stannis for using the Blood Wizard spell to kill his relatives, but no one thought about trying Lalo, who carried the evil divine power for him. Tyrion shook his head and said, the nobles know their own limits, and what's the point of mentioning something that can't be done? Believe it or not, if you tie up Lalo and place him in the hall, they will surely be more righteous than anyone else. After today, the fear and doubt in their hearts will destroy their sincere respect and worship for you, even if you really end the long night. I came to look for you to warn you that this might be Bran's plot against you, and he wanted to transfer his hatred to you. But now, I realize that I guessed wrong. He paused for a moment and stared into the Dragon Queen's eyes. But, you don't want to be feared and hated by the Seven Kingdoms people while you shed blood and sweat for them, right? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.